Welcome. Good evening. Welcome to the Arlington Board of Zoning Appeals, which is also known as the BZA. I'm Cecilia Espinoza, the chair of the board. The board is made up of 5 citizens appointed by the Circuit Court. In addition to myself, tonight we have Charles Smith, Terry Russell, and Judy Freshman. Monica Craven, our vice chair, is not with us this evening. Also present this evening are the professional staff, which includes our Deputy Zoning Administrator, Andrew Noxon, who is the Secretary of the Board of Zoning Appeals, Norma Cozart, our Zoning Administrator, Clifton Hogan, Assistant to the Zoning Administrator, and Cheryl Williams, who is our Zoning Technician. Again, we thank you and extend a warm welcome for your being here this evening. To avoid disruptions, we ask that you please turn your cell phones or pagers off or put them in silent mode. On the front table, if you haven't already received a copy of your report or any of the other reports we're talking about this evening, they're available for you to come and pick up and look at your convenience. And I recommend, if you have not seen the report for your case, that you get a copy and review it before your case is called. The board's powers are prescribed by the Code of Virginia and are set out in further detail in the county's zoning ordinance adopted by the county board. The Board of Zoning Appeals does not have the power to rezone property or to amend the regulations set forth in the ordinance. That authority rests with the county board alone. The BZA does have the authority to do 3 things. We can approve use permits that allow modifications of placement requirements for structures on 1 and 2 family lots where there is no option in the zoning ordinance to allow such modifications. We can grant variances from the specific requirements of the zoning ordinance, and we can decide appeals of the zoning administrator. When approving use permits, the Board of Zoning Appeals may impose conditions that it deems necessary in the public interest, including limiting the duration of the use permit. In order to approve a use permit, the law requires that the board find that the proposal meet conditions, and that the use permit will not adversely affect the health or safety of persons residing in the neighborhood, will not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to property or improvements in the neighborhood, and will not be in conflict with the purposes of the master plans and land use and zoning related policies of the county. To do this, the BZA shall consider whether the modification will promote compatibility of development with the surrounding neighborhood because of the structure's overall footprint size and placement are similar to the structures on the property surrounding the lot in question, and whether the modification will help preserve natural landform, historical features, and/or significant trees and foliage. Don't believe we have any variances tonight, Mr. Noxon? Oh, we do. I'm sorry. We don't have any appeals. When granting variances, the board must determine that the strict application of the ordinance would produce an undue hardship, that the hardship is not generally shared by other properties in the same zoning district, and that the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property, and that the character of the district will not be changed by the granting of the variance. Additionally, a Virginia Supreme Court ruling requires that a variance cannot be granted unless the effect of the zoning ordinance, as applied to the piece of property under consideration, would, in the absence of a variance, interfere with all reasonable beneficial uses of the property taken as a whole. When deciding appeals of the zoning administrator, the board must determine if the administrator acted correctly. This evening, cases will be called and a brief staff report and recommendation will be given. Following that, board members will ask any questions of staff that they may have. Next, applicants or their representatives will be given an opportunity to make comments to support the application or appeal. If they choose to make a comment, they must come forward to the podium so their comments can be recorded for the record. Next, all speakers for the item will be called. Speakers must fill out a speaker slip, and I received several, but if you're not the applicant and you want to speak, please fill out a speaker slip, which are available on the front table up here. After we hear from the speakers for and against the proposal, the board may permit the applicant a brief opportunity to clarify any points. The board may ask questions of any speakers, but does not permit and will not condone any cross-examination or direct questioning by others. We have deemed the following time limits for speakers sufficient: 5 minutes for applicants for use permits and variances. For use permits and variances, we have deemed 3 minutes for representatives of organizations and 2 minutes for individuals as sufficient time. After the board has gathered all the information they need and discussed the case, it will decide the matter by voting on a motion duly made and seconded. A majority is needed to approve any motion. As you see, there are 4 members here tonight, so therefore 3 of the members would have to vote in favor. Any appeal from the decision of this board must be made to the circuit court in accordance with state law. After your case of interest is heard, you are welcome to stay for the balance of the session, or you can leave at your convenience. Again, thank you for being here this evening. Mr. Noxon, will you please call the first case?
Thank you. Good evening. Our first case tonight is case number V-10927-14-UP-1, and this is a use permit request by Harvey Snook III to permit a setback of 18.7 feet to the eave and 19 feet to the porch space from the North Lebanon Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required, and this is for construction of a new front porch. This is in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 905 North Lebanon Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff? Seeing no questions, I believe we have an agent on behalf of the applicant, John Schnell.
Yes, good evening. The owner is a member of the county police department. He's working this evening, so he asked me to be here in his stead.
Okay, what can you tell us about the project beyond, or if you want to, anything beyond what's in the package?
Well, the package is fairly clear. It's going to be a pretty straightforward porch on the front of the house. I believe the applicant is asking for a reasonable amount of extension without going overboard, and he's also, in the interest of his neighborhood, chosen a lot of good materials to be used on the porch, so I believe it'll be a real asset on the street there. But I'm willing to answer any questions. You can see he's already started doing some work to get rid of a tree there, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Mr. Smith likes porches.
I love porches. Madam Chair.
I would also just note for the record, this is a very excellent application. It has substantial support of the neighbors as well. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Smith.
Because of my fondness for porches, I'd be happy to move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10927-14 UP-1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
It's been moved by Mr. Smith, seconded by Ms. Freshman. All in favor? Aye. Hearing no opposition, the motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next case is V-10928-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Will and Heather Jones, and this is to permit a setback of 18.1 feet to the eave and 18.8 feet to the porch base, all from the 19th Road North right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. It's for the construction of a new front porch with steps. It's in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 4500 19th Road North.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. As you note in your reports, each of the reports are prepared with conditions that are bringing the recommendation, the use permit into compliance, or those conditions must be followed. That's very important, I think, and for everyone to understand. If a wall check or wall plat is necessary, please make sure you do that before you start construction, because if you don't build it within whatever is granted in the use permit, you'll have to come back and reapply to bring whatever you did build into compliance. So we remind you to look at those conditions in the reports. Any questions of staff? Okay. Second porch of the evening. Are Will and or Heather Jones present? Want to come forward?
Good evening.
Good evening. So it looks like you're going to take out 2 hedges and put in a long porch across that front of the house.
That's the plan, yes.
Do you know if just so visually, it's always helpful for me on the pictures when I see them, will the proposed construction go about the same distance as existing bushes, or are they going to come out further?
It's going to go across the width of the main structure, 29 feet.
Yeah, but where the bushes are now,
It's going to come, actually, it's going to inset a little bit inside the bushes, so it won't come out quite as far as the bushes, the porch floor, I guess. The stairs will come out another foot.
yeah. I can't tell from the drawing, couldn't tell from the drawing, so I thought you would know how far out. So from the encroachment on the house, it's actually even less when you have the porch up.
Yeah, when we take the bushes out, sure, which will be much more, I think, visually attractive.
Any questions of the applicant? Not, the chair would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Smith.
same reason as the previous case. I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10928-14-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Again, moved by Mr. Smith, seconded by Ms. Freshman. All in favor? Aye. And it, again, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
All right, the next case is V-10929-14-UP-1. This is also a use permit request by Stephen Keller and Diane Gianelli to permit a setback of 18 feet to the eave, 19 feet to the one-story addition and the deck from the North Garfield Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. It's for the construction of a new one-story rear addition and a rear deck with stairs. It's in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 2914 4th Street North.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff on this report?
And you all have been given a couple emails from neighbors in support.
That was going to be my question, is whether we had any support. Okay, no questions of staff or Stephen Keller and/or Diane Gianelli present? Hello. What would you like to tell us, if anything, about your proposal?
My wife wants a new kitchen.
That's a good thing to want. Pretty large lot. Any questions of the applicant? None, the chair would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Mr.
it's always
Smith.
tough when you deal with a lot like this. So for those reasons, I would move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10929-14-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
I'm going to take Mr. Russell's second. Moved by Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Again, a unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
All right, our next case is case number V-10930-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Richard Shaw and Virginia Harrison to permit a setback of 2.1 feet to a detached deck and arbor, 9.4 feet to the eave and 10 feet to the wall of a new one-story addition, and 18.8 feet to the stoop, 19.3 feet to the eave, and 20 feet to the wall of the two-story addition from the 24th Street North right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. Then also 4.7 feet to the stoop and stairs from the left side property line instead of 8 feet as required. This is all for the construction of a new one-story addition, a new two-story addition, a new rear stoop with stairs, a new left side stoop with stairs, and also to maintain an existing detached deck and arbor in its current location. This is in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 2401 North Quintana Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution denying the request for the left side stoop with stairs and the existing deck and arbor, but approving a use permit for a setback 14 feet to the eave and 15 feet to the wall of a new one-story addition, and 18.8 feet to the stoop, 19.3 feet to the eave, and 20 feet to the wall of the two-story addition from the 24th Street North right-of-way with conditions. And an alternative resolution has been provided should the BZA wish to grant the use permit as advertised. Do we have questions of staff on this application?
I just want to clarify that you're recommending not approving, not codifying, I guess, the deck and arbor, but in the comments it also says it's barely visible and there have been no complaints.
That's correct.
Okay.
Do we have a picture with that deck, Mr. Knoxon, or Ms.?
Yes, there are some in there. It's kind of a corner of it, but then we have some better ones. If you keep going, Cheryl. Keep going. There you go. The two before that one. Slide 18 and 19. There you go.
Okay. And that comes off the house, or that is, oh, that's the deck and arbor, which is separate against the wall. Okay. And we don't know when this was built.
We do not.
Did the applicants bring it to your attention, or how did it come to your attention?
Usually what happens is we either get a complaint, but in this situation, just looking at the plat, we noticed that structure was there. And when we have things like this pop up, sometimes it can halt a building permit from being approved. So when we have a BZA case, we tell them that we would like to have them bring it into compliance.
And there is no way to bring it into compliance unless we grant the use permit, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the alternative, as Ms. Freshman just indicated, would be to remove it.
Correct.
Any other questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, I'm thinking on this one, I think we have Richard Shaw present, is that correct? And I believe we also have your agent, John Schnell. I was wondering why you stuck around.
Hello. All right, I think probably it would be best to
Hold on one sec. This one, since we're going quick, let me put it on the record.
Okay.
We have a denial case. Richard L. Shaw, 2401 North Quintana Street, Arlington, Virginia. The appellant's agent, is that correct?
I'm the agent, yes.
Sorry, that's his name. I'm sorry, that's the applicant. The agent is John Schnell, architect, 1509 King Street, Alexandria, Virginia,
That is correct, yes.
22314. Well, I guess and Ms. Harrison, you also filled out a form. If you want to come forward, you may. Neither of you needed to fill out a form because you're the applicants, but if you want to come forward, you can be present in the front as well. I think, Mr. Schnell, why don't you proceed?
All right, I'll divide this into the three areas. We can, since you've been talking about the arbor most recently, I'll explain. That was built in 1997. It was at the time there was a chain link fence along that property line which supported the wisteria that you see here. At that time, the owners contracted with Long Fence Company to install the new fence and construct the arbor at that time. There was a permit obtained by Long Fence, but I don't know for sure that the arbor was actually included in that permit. The owners were operating under the assumption that the proper permits were obtained for the fence and the arbor, but it may not have been properly included. In any case, the arbor without the deck platform was built then in 1997, and the wisteria grew over the arbor and blocked the sun from the ground below, and it got all muddy, so they actually built the deck over it at a later date just to cover up the muddy area that was there. And so it's existed there, the arbor for sure since 97, and the deck somewhat later. I'm not sure exactly on the date of that. But as you can see, the wisteria covers it almost completely, and the fence blocks a bit of it as well. So that's sort of where we are right now. The owners have thought all along that this was properly permitted and haven't had any complaints from any neighbors. So it's really existed until today. So that's that issue. The another issue is the left side stoop and stair. I was the one that suggested asking for the use permit on that side because I thought there might be an issue with a requirement for the width of the stairs. The building code reads that you have to have a 36-inch wide stair in the direction of egress. I believe that the way I read the code, that perhaps we can build that platform and roof and stay within the 5-foot setback because they do allow a handrail to project into the actual stair width. So I'm reasonably sure we can stay within the 5-foot setback on that side and not have to request the use permit for that area. The main issue probably will be the addition, since we're asking for 10 feet from the 24th Street side. And as you can see by looking at the plat, the property does narrow along that side. I should probably back up a little bit and say that my clients are retired and look forward to perhaps living on the first floor, and that's why they were interested in creating this addition, so that there would be essentially a master suite for them on that floor, and that's what's contained in the side addition. I did want to point out that the 10-foot variance or the use permit is requested, but that really occurs at just 2 points along that side. And the average along that side would be about a little over 16 feet in terms of the average distance from the property line along the side of the addition. We did take a look at the impact of trying to do a design based on the staff recommendation of 15 feet. I do have some drawings of that so that you could see the impact of trying to conform with that, and it created some problems that the owners would really not like to have to deal with. It puts a real cramp on the space that they would hope to someday live in. But if you're interested, I'd be happy to distribute copies of that drawing. I think that sort of sums it up briefly, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions?
Madam Chair, one question. The comments from neighbors, or at least the request of them, we, the undersigned, have reviewed the drawings of the proposed additions. I'm wondering if there was a discussion with these individuals about the freestanding deck, insofar as it's not, really a part of the plans.
I don't believe so. That came up as an issue further down the line. I believe the signatures were obtained before that became part of the...
I appreciate your candor.
Mr. Knoxon, just for the record and to clarify, if this was not a corner lot, what would be permitted?
If that was an interior lot, you would have an 8-foot side and a 10-foot side, and then a 25-foot rear. But in this case, he has the 10-foot rear, 8-foot left side, 25-foot right along the street.
I would also mention that there are no houses that actually front on 24th Street on that particular, on the side of the street. So no one's front yard is really impacted by this addition.
You already have a wood fence on that side as well.
That's correct.
Madam Chair, just to be clear, you don't need the 4.7 to the stoop. You can deal with 5.
I believe so, yes.
Mr. Knoxon, does he need a use permit if he's doing 5?
No, but I'm not sure you can meet that on the existing portion of the house. Maybe on the new addition. Because if you need 3 feet on that left side and you only have, 7.9 feet existing?
That's correct. What I'm probably going to appeal to someone at the permit department. Typically, they would, even though a stair could be 36 inches wide, a handrail is allowed to project 4.5 inches into the required stair width. So I'm hoping if we maintain a 31.5 clear distance, that we will still be within the regulations for that stairway.
Mr. Knoxon?
I have no answer to that. I can't tell you their appeals process for building code issues, but I suppose you can certainly talk to somebody in ISD about that.
Right. I suppose in the extreme, maybe we could request a code modification on that.
So based on that, I hear a withdrawal of that portion of the request. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Madam Chairman,
Mr.
I have a question of the staff. I'm looking at the side elevation of the deck, and it shows the fence at 5 feet 10 inches, and the arbor, or the top of the deck structure, at 7 feet 5 inches. I forgot my glasses, so I think that's what it says. What would be the permitted maximum height for the fence that's shown as 5'10" at that particular location?
6 feet.
6 feet, not 7. Thank you.
You would need 25 feet to be at 7 feet.
Thank you.
I guess I had a question on the stoop, going back to the stairs again. At one point, it says it's only 7.9, and don't you need 8? So,
I believe it's 8 feet at the front corner and 7.9 at the back, but that's what impacts our stoop back there.
my colleagues have any questions or deliberation?
Well, Madam Chair, I guess my inclination is to well, what I see is, number one, the second floor not being expanded as, well, not being expanded really to the side. So that's really favorable to me. The encroachment is only 1 story really on that side, or the additional encroachment. And I guess I'm not too disturbed by the illegal deck, gazebo,
Arbor.
Freestanding arbor, even though it is apparently illegal. But it's clearly obscured. It's not visible really other than from the backyard. So the side yard doesn't, I don't have a problem with the addition on the side yard. The master suite addition, essentially, the study, and it's really a small master bedroom too. It's not 11 feet, though it's 12 feet wide and slightly longer, but going into the closet. So with the stoop reduced in size slightly on the side, on the left side yard, I guess the arbor is the only thing that gives me some pause, and not a lot. So therefore, Madam Chair, I don't really have a real problem with this addition. I think the fact that there's so much that's grown in and it's around the fence that's covered the backyard, or shrouded the backyard, that's helpful to me.
How tall is the arbor?
97, you said it was built?
No, not when, how tall?
I think 7 foot 5 inches.
So it's taller than what would have been permissible as a fence.
Correct.
I guess that's correct, yes.
which I think was part of Mr. Russell's inquiry, but I'm not exactly sure.
As is often the case, I have more problems with the fact that something's not built with a permit. And it's taller than the fence, it's taller than it should be, it's close, it's very close to the fence. The fact that it's been there long enough for vegetation to obscure it, to me, is...
Well, I don't have a problem with its removal either. I'm not, I mean, it's not the kind of thing that
just shorten it.
I'm wedded to.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, the owners believed that the proper permits were being obtained at that time, so it's unfortunate, but that is
No,
the
I
case.
understand that, but that happens more than we'd like.
Right.
I mean, my point is, it's troubling, but I'm, I presume that the owners would forego that in favor of their addition, though. So I mean, I could,
Yes, and the wisteria could be supported in some other way. Wouldn't have to go.
right.
Did you want to comment?
Mr. Russell?
I don't have any comments.
Anybody ready to make a motion then?
Right, would you be in favor of foregoing that if the addition were approved?
I just have a couple of points that I would make to clarify the situation with the arbor. That was when we bought the house, when we moved into the house in 1995, we had a beautiful wisteria that extended the length of the backyard. It was intertwined within the links, and we literally had to snip link by link in order to extricate it. Now, we wanted to put a nice, attractive fence, but if we did that, that would result in the wisteria flopping on the sidewalk. So we had to have a structure. And the arbor and the fence were part and parcel of each other. The arbor was placed there totally as a support feature for the wisteria, and it's worked very well. We were able to redirect it, and it's flourished very nicely since then. But as John pointed out, the problem that developed was that the floor underneath was mostly dirt. In the lack of light, nothing grew. And so we had a mud pit there. And so I'm not sure exactly when it was. It was a few years, but not too many, after the original construction of the arbor in the second half of 1997, that I hired a handyman to make a floor. And that's what you can see now. Now, as far as the original permit, we did get a permit. It was obtained by Long Fence. I never saw the paperwork that was submitted. So I can't vouch for any of the information that they put or criticize anything they omitted.
And Mr. Noxon, you did do a search of the long fence permits. You said that you couldn't discover any permit for the...
All it said was a fence along the street right of way. So it may have been that the inspections department, the building department at the time didn't require a permit for this, and they may still not. But we require placement of it in the right place on the lot, 25 feet away from the street right of way.
But that would not have supported the wisteria, so it would be unnecessary for the builder, for the owner's purposes.
I can't speak to the lack of documentation with the county. I do know that I have a building permit document which was posted at the time, and I think it was submitted somewhere in the application. If not, I can give you a copy of it now. But that, I think, is enough to show that some official action was taken on the request.
If you do have a document you'd want to share with us, this would be the time.
Yes.
I think your agent had also been asked by Mr. Smith about letters of support from the neighbors, and they had not had the deck. Have there ever been, the arbor included, have the neighbors ever complained about the arbor?
No, they like it. The thing is, it's very inconspicuous. You don't even know it's there, especially as the vegetation has flourished. And, well, this kind of gets into the addition question.
May I show you a close-up of the arbor? It shows up better here than there.
If you want to give that to us, it would have to come into the record, but if you want to give that to us, we'd be happy to look at it.
Who do I give it to?
Go ahead and you can bring it to,
You can bring it to me.
and if you just give it to Mr. Russell.
Thank you.
February, though, it doesn't look that way.
What bothers me is I understand that a permit may or may not have been requested, but the placement bothers me, and it could easily be a storage fence with a couple of riding moors in it that maybe had vegetation growing up that made it not so hideous. So it's a matter of the principle of having a structure that exceeds the height even of the fence that isn't supposed to be there.
Madam Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Of staff, please. A 2- or 3-sided structure, a fence, could up to 6 feet or matching whatever it is that's along the street, could actually be erected here with a permit. Am I correct?
That's correct, as long as there's not the,
No
exactly,
roof over.
exactly, yep.
Or a fence, maybe not in this shape, but in a straight line, could be located inside the other fence up to 6 feet for the purpose of holding the wisteria.
That's correct.
So there is some sort of structure that can hold permitted, you could grant a permit for that would hold the wisteria.
Would a single fence hold the wisteria, or would you need to do what they've done with the arbor of having?
I think something a little more complicated and substantial would be needed. And let me just ask a question. At this point, since 17 years have elapsed, doesn't the longevity of the fence come into play here when you're...
No. Whenever there's a violation of the zoning ordinance, at any time that the violation comes to knowledge of the county, that's when the rule needs to be enforced. So it doesn't matter how long the structure's been present. And that's why they asked to bring it into the Board of Zoning Appeals, because the only way to cure the defect is if we were to grant the use permit. Now, I would say the one thing I look at this in contrast to what Ms. Freshman said about it being a storage facility or some evidence like that, especially in the pictures presented, it's clear that this is not intended to be anything that could be used for storage. It's got the open siding as you would have for growing plants up the side of it. It is clearly an arbor intended to support plants. So I don't see that there's something that could be easily transformed.
Well, let me ask you this. How close to the property line would it have to be in order to be legal? If the whole unit were moved forward, say, 2 feet, would that cure the violation?
I think it's a 20, how far is the setback?
25 feet.
It's 25 feet, that structure. Without the floor, Mr. Noxon, could there be a structure closer?
Regardless of the floor.
Because as a
The
structure,
deck by
anytime you're
itself,
building up.
exactly.
The
Anytime,
deck by itself could exist because it's less than,
Well, there's a portion of it that's above 8 inches. If it were lower than 8 inches, it would be okay by itself as a deck.
but once you go up from the sides, now you have a structure, even if it's not covered. And even a fence or a U-shaped structure, let's say, would still be a structure, and thus half the side yard setbacks applied. And we've had the discussion of a structure before on many occasions about trellises and gazebos and the like, tree houses.
If it were shortened by 2 feet, would that bring it into compliance?
Well,
I don't think it'd bring it into compliance, but I think there would, I mean, the question would be, would that be sufficient to obtain the votes to let you retain it? If you were to bring it into the level that you would have been allowed to build a fence, I don't know where my colleagues are with regard to that as an option. I don't know where they are with regard to keeping it all together. I think Ms. Freshman's indicated an inclination not to support it. Mr. Smith is not necessarily opposed to it, and neither Mr. Russell nor myself have expressed an interest, expressed position. Although I think your willingness to bring it down to the lawful height of a fence is something that would, I think, lean me towards supporting its continuance. I think it's still going to be difficult for you because the wisteria, of course,
Right.
as you go to do that, I don't know how much it's grown into that structure.
I think certain portions of it would have to be snipped off, but I think that it could be extricated enough so that the survival of the plant would be ensured.
And how many posts going across the arbor is there? None of the pictures reveal that. How many beams go across your arbor?
there's a picture.
There's a drawing in the new one, that's right.
I think it's probably 8 or more. I couldn't say exactly.
The drawing that you have would show exactly the number that are there, 11.
Okay.
And could that be could the support of that structure, Mr. Snell, be sufficient with less of those beams?
Probably so, perhaps half of them.
I don't know if that makes a difference, but it makes it less likely to be something that could be easily enclosed. I think that's one of the concerns whenever we're looking at structures, and the reason we have structures away from the lot lines.
Yeah, I mean, that would do it too. That's a structure also.
You think it's a fence?
I want to ask Mr. Knoxon a question. If there were just one panel of a wood fence in place of that structure, would that require a side yard setback?
Depends on if it was a fence or a trellis. We just recently amended the ordinance to allow trellises, but only in the side and rear yards, not along street frontages.
That was
I
my
mean,
that was my
It would be
recollection.
somewhat up to interpretation by the zoning administrator whether it's considered a fence or a trellis.
And my recollection of that zoning amendment is the trellis still must comply with the height restriction of the fence.
And it's
Because
all
we had
within
that
a,
conversation when we looked at that change in the ordinance.
and it's all within a single plane as opposed to this structure.
Right.
Well, let me ask a quick question regarding that. So I can put a 6-foot fence anywhere in the required setback of 25 feet in any shape that I want, as long as I get a permit for a fence. But if I grow plants on it, it becomes a trellis, and it's not permitted in those locations?
Do you want to think about that for a few minutes?
Okay. Let's go to definitions. A fence generally, like a wall, surrounds something. But if you've got a trellis, the trellis is just like, it doesn't do anything. It holds plants. So I would probably look at the trellis as a trellis, since it's not going around the yard surrounding anything.
Except the new ordinance
I
does.
think we have a new definition. Do we have a new definition of a trellis?
I was just wondering, since the new definition allows trellises to be built into fences, that changes the code potentially.
But the trellis
To go with that one or the
still is not allowed where he has this
No.
No, that one's not legal because it's still too high.
Right.
We have a new definition of a trellis.
One definitions, but let me see if we have one.
I smell a cough. You have a cough drop? Someone has one.
It allows the trellis to be incorporated as part of a fence.
Right, but what about the trellis standing on its own?
There's no actual definition in here of trellis.
I don't mean to, you know,
Right.
bring up another issue. It seemed to me, and I realized that the ordinance was just recently changed, that if you built a structure that walks, talks, and looks like a fence, you can put it up anywhere within required yards,
Right.
meeting that size. Because you don't have to put it along the property line, you don't have to have it, or you could just have a fence. And in terms of whether it's strong enough to hold wisteria, it could be built of concrete, it could be iron, it could be lots of things that would actually hold the vine. And a lot of us, unfortunately, have trellises, fences that are trellises because we can't keep our weeds from growing up on our fence.
But if you had a fence, a 6-foot fence along the property line, and it was proper, and you put a single planed structure, the same height, within, say, 2 or 3 feet of the fence, I might look at that saying the height is okay. Now, if you wanted to make it taller, though, you'd have to come within the buildable area, because that's still a structure.
All right. What I was talking about was placing fence.
Right.
And allowing plants to grow up on fences.
Right, and the plants grow on the fence. Now, if you had a 6-foot single-plane structure, say 2 feet within where you could have a 6-foot fence, and plants just happen to grow on it,
Perhaps. And I mean, we could also put this issue off, deal with the rest if they would like to have some time to think about and come back to us on the issue of the arbor.
I mean, if
Spend a whole lot of time right here, right now, about what alternatives there are.
they took the sides off this thing and the roof off of it and cut it down to 6 feet and figured out how to get that wisteria to grow on that.
Oh, that's not a problem. I have a lot of wisteria.
But a wisteria is also very strong. And I've seen a lot, most of the structures that I've seen that have a lot of it, if it's not a structure like this, it's like a metal frame or something that's going to prevent it from eating into the brick on the inside of your house or whatever. So, I mean, part of the issue is not that it's just any random vine. It's like a tree, and it's with big roots and big stems and all that. So,
I mean, suppose they ran it parallel along the fence. It would just be a single plain fence within a fence, and it grows this way instead of bunching.
instead of perpendicular, you mean?
That was what I was getting at when I asked my first question about there being a fence-like
fence.
structure regardless of the material. I mean, some people spend fortunes and put up iron fences.
Right.
And,
If it's actually a single plane, not with a top or anything.
that's the problem.
Just a single plane,
the problem is the roof,
the roof.
open or not. That makes it something different.
Right.
But if we turn down them keeping this, there are structures that can be permitted that would support this plant or other plants, or was sort of where I was going with it. That wouldn't require coming to us.
That wouldn't,
Require coming to the Board of Zoning Appeals. It could be, given a permit. I always say permitted, but I mean, given a permit by the zoning office to construct
The
it.
issue is the single plane and the height.
Right. So, Mr. Schnell, having heard all of these conversations, you've already withdrawn one portion of your request. I think I'm going to ask you if there's anything you, on behalf of your client, might like to say. Should you proceed now, I think what you'd get is a 2-2 vote, which, as I indicated at the beginning of the meeting, the best case scenario, that's not a majority vote, and so the structure would need to be removed. I think that that's probably going to be the leaning, even if our fifth board member were here, to be honest with you, it'd probably be a 3-2 vote. So we can do as Mr. Russell suggests and carve that out of the discussion so that if there is something that you can come back to where you would still need to request a use permit, that you would be able to do it under this number and not have to file again additional fees. Or if, alternatively, the hope would be you'd come up with some resolution that would not require a use permit at all, and it would be irrelevant. But at least that way you would retain the ability to come under the fees that you've already filed.
Okay, if I could just have just a brief moment.
Now we got to figure out how we're going to do the resolution.
I was thinking of when you said that.
So we would like to take it out of the request, and we will
Well, defer. You not take it out, defer.
defer it, and we'll put our minds to finding a solution.
So the chair would entertain a motion if we're prepared to make one, if someone has figured out which one to modify and how.
Madam Chairman, may I ask an additional question?
Absolutely, Mr. Russell.
The left side yard, the 4.7 feet for the stoop and the stairs, you're recommending denial of that because you would approve it at 5 feet?
That's correct. I think he could move it into part of the new addition and probably reconfigure that as well as the areaway to make that work and meet 5 feet.
But he's willing, he asked to withdraw that, because I think he's going to plan to do that by building permit and move it into the buildable area.
Okay.
But I don't know, I still don't know if 5 feet will meet it, because it seems to me he needs 8. Isn't that correct?
It's 8 feet, but stairs and stoops and structures like that can encroach into the, 4 feet into that, but no closer than 5 feet to the property line.
Okay.
But that's from an existing wall of the house, correct?
That's correct.
So what he's responding to is building code, which says you need this landing to be, in your original drawing, you need this landing to be this wide, you need these steps to be this wide under the building code.
That was the original reason why we asked for the use permit for that. But on further investigation of the building code, I may be able to get an interpretation if I can show that we still have the same net width that would be allowed for us.
So they give you 3/10 of an inch instead of us? 3/10 of a foot instead of the
Yes.
BZA giving you 3/10.
That's correct.
That's what he's
The
hoping.
handrail, because the handrail doesn't count.
It wasn't his original request for the 4.7 feet.
If the house were square on the lot, I think we wouldn't have a problem, but it's not.
Well, and if the lot didn't curve,
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Is the suggestion that the stoop is withdrawn and the deck and arbor are deferred and we're left with, or is everything deferred, or just the deck and the arbor deferred?
I think the deck and the arbor, my understanding is the stoop is withdrawn, the deck and arbor are deferred, and he's requesting that we act on the portion of the building so they can proceed with building.
That's correct.
And the only question I have is, nobody seemed to have problem with going that far into the setback on the building? I mean,
Madam Chair, I really don't. I looked at the dimensions of the rooms inside. They're not really, it's not large, and it's only 1 story. That's what was persuasive to me, that it wasn't a 2-story encroachment into the side yard that much.
yes, but Once they've got the one story, maybe not these applicants, but their successors likely to come back and request to build over it.
Well, they want to retire in place. So hopefully that will be so many years down the road that it'll be a different BZA dealing with that.
I think if you were, sorry.
Madam Chair, after hearing the discussion by Mr. Russell about the, you're going to go to code enforcement for the third of a foot versus us, I'm okay with 4.7 now on the stoop. Actually, that was very persuasive. I mean, if 6, it seems like it could be handled. I mean, we're going to try to get it elsewhere. Why not just go ahead and give it right now? But now I'm less persuaded by the arbor. I could go either way. I'm fairly convinced now that something has to be done drastic to change that.
Ms. Freshman? Oh, no, you turned it off. I thought you were.
I think we would have an issue if we did defer
Try to bifurcate it.
defer part of it but approve another portion, because they wouldn't be allowed to get a building permit through zoning. We couldn't approve their building permit for the addition even if you approved it until they take care of this issue with the arbor.
If it's not in the way of the building, I don't understand why we couldn't just
Well,
do that.
it's an active zoning violation.
Oh. That actually explains it. So I don't know that we can defer it. And sounds like we don't have support even at a modification of the existing arbor because of the structure nature of the object. So I think I'm prepared still to take a motion to see where we're at.
Well, one point, Madam Chair, just before that, maybe the applicant would entertain a redesign of the arbor that may be less of an encroachment, insofar as there's going to be, it's apparent there's going to be a need for a structure to support the wisteria.
Well, I think what we're saying is we don't care about the wisteria. The problem is there's no way under the zoning ordinance to allow the structure in the location that they want.
Right.
So I don't believe that we can defer or ask them to think about that. They might be able to come up with something that's not a structure, that is a fence, but that's outside the context of what we would be doing here. I don't feel that we have support to grant the request to grandfather this in by curing the defect. And so I think we then are left with the original motion of the resolution of the zoning administrator, of the deputy zoning administrators.
Okay, I'm going to just jump in here. I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution denying the request for the left side stoop with stairs and the existing deck and arbor, but approving use permit V-10930-14-UP1 for a setback of 14 feet to the eave and 15 feet to the wall of a new one-story addition, and 18.8 feet to the stoop, 19.3 feet to the eave, and 20 feet to the wall of the two-story addition from 24th Street North right-of-way, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
And I would speak to the motion.
Okay, moved by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Mr. Russell. Ms. Freshman?
My rationale is that if the stoop can otherwise be configured and they can come up with a legal permitted way to support the wisteria, then nothing is lost. And they, in the meantime, they will work on those issues, work around those issues, and in the meantime are able to proceed with their additions.
Thank you, Mr.
I'd
Russell.
also add that we had the discussion about a little bit about the there only being 10 feet setback on the side. That's, if this were an interior lot, they would be meeting that side yard requirement. And this is a corner lot with a sharp angle that if it were straightened out, their addition would be permitted. I'm not saying their next door neighbor has the same configuration, but there's probably a house down the street somewhere where this could all be put on because it's an interior lot. So there again, corner lots causing the hardship to, with the ordinance. That's my view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Let me think. I'm going to go aye. So, all right, so hearing no opposition, the motion carries. So,
We'll be back. Thank you.
thank you.
Could I ask a question?
Yes.
We're going to be coming back and reviewing all of these again, is that true? Both the,
No, I think to the extent that you can build the stoop within the, and you get the permit, you wouldn't need to come back to us. So as to that issue, the only issue is that at this point, you will need to remove the arbor
okay,
to bring that into compliance. And hopefully you can come up with some other alternative structure, not structure, alternative fence or something that might support your wisteria. But you'd need to work that through the zoning administrator's office to see if there's some alternative that they can approve, so you, when you do have to take down that arbor. And I don't know, Mr. Knoxon, if they will have to remove the arbor before they can get their building permit. I think they will.
Would have to, correct.
So the issue is you're maybe not that much better because you still have to think what you're going to do with the wisteria as you remove that structure before you can get your building permit to do the addition.
right, so we'll have to get that resolved before we can apply.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank
Can we,
you.
can we clarify that that was the 14-foot setback and 15-foot setback and not the 9-point, the original request?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was your resolution, so yes.
Just wanted to make sure.
Well, then, okay, so
And that was one of the issues, right?
We-
Is that what you wanted, Mr. Russell? The original resolution that did go narrower?
Yes, I seconded her motion, which
Okay.
was the staff's recommendation. So this board approved the staff recommendation.
okay, well, that, we really spent more time on the arbor. We really didn't talk too much about the addition. That's quite a hardship to go with that staff recommendation. Is there an appeals process?
There is, it's an appeal to the circuit court, and Mr. Knoxon can inform you further, and there's information, I believe, on the website as well.
All right, thank you.
And there's a limit of 30 days for that appeal to be filed with the circuit court.
Thanks.
Okay, our next case tonight is case number V-10876-14-UP-2. This is a use permit request by Christie and Nicholas Sopanis to permit a setback of 1.9 feet to the eve of a new second-story addition, 2.1 feet to the eve, and 4.1 feet to the wall of a new one-story and two-story addition from the right side property line instead of 8 feet as required, and 5.7 feet to the eve and 7.3 feet to the wall of a new one-story addition from the North Cleveland Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. It's all for the construction of a new one-story and a new two-story right-side addition, an eave overhang for a new second-story addition above the existing building footprint, and also a new one-story front addition along the North Cleveland Street frontage, and this is in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 2601 18th Street North.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution denying the subject use permit for the one-story front addition and the new second-story addition above the portion of the existing right side porch, but approve a use permit to permit a setback of 2.5 feet to the eve of the new second-story addition from the right side property line with conditions. Again, an alternative resolution has been provided should the BZA wish to grant the use permit as requested. Any questions of staff? Okay, if there are no questions of staff,
Yes, I have a question. I'm just trying to get it together in my head.
okay.
Make sure I ask. I've had to, this is for the staff. I've had trouble getting straight in my head what it is you're recommending denial of. Now, the side porch, could they leave that alone and do the other things they want to do on this piece of property? Forget the other one you're denying, but I mean,
Which porch are you talking? You talking about the one on the right side?
add to this house and keep the porch that's on this one in the picture right here, the open porch on the side, where they're extending the dining room into it.
They can actually enclose that by right, the existing porch.
But they're proposing to do something a little bigger.
Remove it and exactly reconstruct it a little larger.
And it's because to line up with the dining room inside, it would need to be slightly larger.
I suppose the architect could answer that question for you
That was-
better than I could.
Yeah, but that's what it looked like to me on the plan. That's good enough. I just wanted to know about that. But I'm missing somehow what it is you're recommending against on the front.
That's the technical front is that porch.
That's the,
Oh, that's why I'm confused. So when this says, denying the one-story front addition and the new second-story addition above the portion of the existing right side porch. Is that both the same one? That's not the same one.
No, you can see the porch on the right side in this photo. There's a little screen porch on the right side.
Okay.
So part of that they would like to enclose and fill it in with the one-story addition and then build above a portion of it as well.
Okay, that's where I was getting.
We're
So,
recommending
apologize.
they enclose part of it by right, which they could, and then bump the two-story addition above the portion that's not a porch, so it's above the actual main building footprint.
Okay, thank you.
So really, they'd only be asking for an eave on the right side, and that's it, if they did it that way.
okay. I have a speaker slip from Jay Shalati, contractor. Is Christy or Nicholas Saponis here, or are you speaking on their behalf?
On their behalf.
Okay, and you are at 282 North Washington Street, Falls Church, Virginia?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Maybe you can answer the question that Mr. Noxon raises.
Yeah, I'll get to that. Before that, I have a couple of letters they do have.
Oh, good, I was going to ask that too. Because we didn't, there's nothing in the packet supporting this from the neighbors. Okay.
This one is a little complex in how it sort of reaches around the whole house, and there's little sections of it that are non-compliant. I think the easiest part is to talk about the front setback one. That's what's currently the one-story porch. It is correct. We're asking to widen it so we can line it up with the dining room to do a dining room extension. Yeah, I would offer a compromise as far as what we would request then. Currently, the existing porch is 8 by 8, so it's 64 square feet. I would suggest allowing us to go the extra width, which we asked for 9.7 feet, but then pull the depth back so that the overall footprint is still 64 feet. And that would pull it back to 6.6 feet. So we'd be making it wider, changing it, but the overall encroachment is less. Meaning the distance to the, I guess, the front setback right there would be less. So we'd actually be taking it further away from the street and increasing the width by 1.7 feet. That would allow us to make a nice continuous room, but the overall impact is very similar to what the existing structure is.
And did you have a chance to talk to Mr. Noxon about his proposal? And what did your client say about building, I mean, what were the options of building it on the existing footprint?
It gets a little tough because you end up with a 7-foot wide room on the inside, which to be able to extend the dining room table into is tight. That's why otherwise we could have left that portion out of the use permit, and that would have been by right, but we're actually trying to utilize as much of the existing house and minimize the amount of addition. Actually, that 1.7 foot by 8 foot portion is the only new footprint we're asking for. So part of the reason is it's a puny lot. I think it's undersized like by 1,500 square feet. It's small. I mean, we don't have the lot coverage to go much further. Then if we were to go, a couple of their recommendations referred to the eave to recommend to go to 2.5 feet. And actually, if we go to the pictures, not that one, sort of the back corner of the house, or I guess the front corner. There we go. That existing gable, right there, the projection on that is 21 inches. So if we maintain the existing, that would give us a setback to the eave of 2.2 feet instead of the 2.5 that zoning's recommending, and their logic on it was to keep it matching the existing. I had requested a 2-foot one, which was a few inches different. Only reason it matched the overhang on the front of the house. The idea here, we were trying to build the house that was very sensitive to the existing structure. So we wanted to go with details that are very complementary. I was only pointing that if the logic for zoning was to maintain the existing would be 2.2 feet at that point. It may seem like arguing over a few inches, but that's
what we do.
I don't know. that would keep it exactly as that point is. So the 2.2 is referring to that end point of the gable.
Now, just to clarify, is this the side you want to expand out, or is that the other side?
I'm expanding up across that side. If we're calling where the porch, the
Screen
8x8
porch,
porch,
that's the
if we're
front
calling
one.
that the front.
That's the front, okay.
On the second story right-hand side is where we want to expand the second floor. Also, towards the rear of the first floor portion, there's another existing porch that's 5 foot by 14.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd like to enclose a portion of that.
And you can do that by right, though, correct?
Correct. Am I correct on that? Sorry, yes. Sorry. And but what we had asked for in enclosing that was the eave change. And that eave, I don't know if you can tell, that eave is actually 2 foot instead of the 1.9 foot of the other one. So even though we're allowed to enclose that open porch by right, since the eave is within 5 feet, we have to ask for a modification for the eave on that enclosed portion.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that gets us to our first story components.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now on the second floor, there's a small portion of the proposed master bedroom that extends out over what is the existing open porch now. That's the part that is not in compliance. And if you looked at it, it ends up being about 13 square feet, and it's a little L-shaped bit of it. It's a little hard to understand it, but there's a small portion of it that's not complying with being over the existing enclosed space currently. Essentially, the goal on this thing was to keep the massing of our second story addition within the massing of the existing. So we're fairly tight as far as head heights, and a couple of the move to make it wider was all to try to accommodate that and have just enough walking space up in that second floor. You can tell just by looking at that picture, you can see the second floor windows, the top of that window, relative where the ridge height is, tight. I have an interior ridge height of about 7'10". That's the highest point. So a lot of what's pushed around to get us the space was to get us just enough usable space. So, and again, we knew we were asking, I knew that portion is not typically recommended, so I kept that portion as small as possible to what we actually need to navigate the space. From experience, I know that one's not a favorable one to grant, but in this case, we were extremely tight with the existing conditions there. I don't know if it's helpful when you're looking at it. I had one of my own. I highlighted what the portions are that are listed on here, if you want to see that relative to the construction.
Give it to Mr. Russell. And
That's the eight porch currently. And we're swung around the backside. There's one story. There's that little L shape. So you can see relative size.
any additional questions of Mr. Schlatti? And your potential modified request would be for what?
There are a couple of points. The first point would be for the one story into the front setback, to change that to, oh, excuse me. It would be 7.7 feet. Oh, I'm sorry. It'd be 6.9 feet, or 5. I had that right. 1 foot 4. 8.7 feet to the wall, and 5.7, or basically we take 1 foot, add 1'4" to what's there, but keep the width that I have. So we'd add, to the building, it would be 8.7, and to the eave, it would be 7.1,
Okay.
shown there right now.
So you're actually, this is why I was getting clarification. You would actually want to change what was advertised, which becomes difficult. If you were changing what was advertised to less than what was advertised,
That's what I'm saying, it's a less of encroachment than
You'd
was
be
advertised.
further away from the street.
Right.
I understand on that side, but if we're expanding on the other side, is that a problem?
No, that, it was advertised at that width.
Oh, so you're saying keep the same width?
That's all I was at
But you
requesting
move it
was
back.
we keep the same width, and I was using it as my benchmark, what was the existing square footage. So since we made it wider, we'll make it stick out a little bit less. So we actually pull it away from the street a little bit more. And that was just due to the importance of making that space usable. And also understanding that it's close. You know, I understand it's original to the house, but it's close. Then the second point,
So just, I want to get again,
Sorry.
which number will that change in? Let's go with the resolution as advertised. So as you wanted it, which number would I change?
all right, it's like 3 lines down. That's where it says 5.7 feet to the eave and 7.3 feet to the wall. So we'd add 1.4 foot to each of those. So we'd end up with 7.1 to the eave and 8.7. Oh, I'm sorry. I
6.1.
just read, yeah, okay. Yeah, and it was 8.7 to the wall and 7.1 to the eave.
So in this shot, you're going to, the structure would be farther from the street and closer to 18th Street?
No, it'd be no closer to 18th Street. Actually, the width we're expanding is away from 18th Street.
Isn't there a door over there?
You can see I have just enough room.
You have just enough room to do what you just said?
I'm going right up to the door.
Okay, because I thought you were coming the other way into a window.
No, it actually, if that door has to do with a stairwell, and that stairwell is right at the wall that's the current dining room.
Okay.
So,
It would line up with what you want to do.
yeah,
and
that's why
maximize.
there's just enough room at that door.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're not getting any closer to 18th, and we're coming a little bit further away from Cleveland, is what I'm proposing as a compromise.
Okay.
That would meet their goals, just getting that extra room.
That'd be okay under the advertisement because it's
It's less
less
than,
than what they were originally asking for.
that's why I wanted to get the numbers to clarify. And the second part then?
Second point, where they were recommending changing the setback to the eave to 2.5 feet. So we would match what was the existing. I actually double-checked it today. Based on the current eave, which is 21 inches, that would give us a setback of 2.2 inches. Now, we requested 1.9 feet, but I would accept 2.2 feet given the logic that if they wanted to maintain what was the existing there on that corner. So again, it would be less than advertised.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Russell?
In this instance, the staff was recommending 2.5, And I just want to make sure I understand which numbers match with which numbers. So 2.2 instead of 2.5 is recommended by staff, and 2.2 instead of 1.9 is requested and advertised.
Yes.
Thanks.
So, a true compromise.
So would that would have to change the 2.1 feet to the eave for the 1-story and 2-story addition from the right side property line, that second portion, right?
On the other portion, I could change that by 0.3 foot as well for the eave measurement, because instead of a 24-inch eave, I'm going to pull it down to a 21. So what you're reading there, the 2.1 to eve would be 2.4, and then the one closer to Cleveland Street goes from 1.9 to 2.2.
And we'd keep the 4.1 feet to the wall?
The wall matches up with the existing wall.
And again, they were recommending 2.5 on that as well, right, Mr. Knoxon? Staff's recommendation? So we're looking at 0.1. And I guess just for the record, the final reason that you don't want to stay just within the footprint as the staff is recommending?
Is this in regard to the porch that fronts on Cleveland?
Well, their statement is you could reconfigure your design to be within the existing footprint.
There's a couple different issues. I believe the statement about reconfiguring the design reflected to the second-story addition. Is that correct?
Yes, so that it's not over any portion of that existing encroaching porch, which part of which is going to be enclosed and built over.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure I'm answering the correct question. So we're talking about the second-story addition, and I have the small portion of it that's coming over what is currently an open porch. And the reason for that was to give us enough space to have a room that you can furnish and walk around in, and it's the head height, which is our bigger issue. Now, it's a little counterintuitive. You say I made it wider, and it's a gable coming down, and I'm worried about head height, but I'm able to spread it out, the angle out just a little bit more, and get just a bit more walking height. And the concern is just have just enough walking height around a bed.
Your statement was that would only be 7.9 feet?
No, it's 13 square feet.
No,
total.
the height.
Oh, I'm sorry. The ridge height on the inside of the existing is 7'10". So existing finished floor up to the existing ridge is only 7'10". So I'm tight.
And with your expansion, what will be the height?
Most of it is going to be like at 7'2". I'm flattening it off in part with dormers and things and getting ceilings to work out. So it's tall enough per code. It's not real tall, but I get enough area is the tough thing.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's on the second floor, it was that small 13 square foot L shape.
And there was never a permit that was non-conforming, Mr. Knoxon? Or was this built before the code?
The ordinance speaks to porches that were built before 1976. If they were there and we have proof of it, which we do, you can enclose it by right.
Right.
But still, a porch is a porch, and building above it, that's the other issue. The ordinance doesn't allow you to build above a non-conforming porch.
But only 12 square or 13 square feet.
Very small portion of it.
And part of that 13 square feet actually steps a little bit back from the rear, or I guess the right side wall. So the portion of it that's actually on the, or aligns with the existing right side wall is only, it's just less than 2 feet long. And it steps back several, or 3 feet, and jogs back the rest. I tried to make the encroachment as tight as possible.
Any additional questions? If not, why don't you have a seat? We'll finish our deliberations and
Thank you.
hopefully get a motion. Comments from my colleagues?
Well, Madam Chair, let me take a swing at this. If I have the numbers right, I believe that the applicant's representative said that, yeah, that's helpful. That they would, 2.4 on the, okay, let me try it like this. I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt a resolution approving V-10876-14-UP1, subject to the UP2, I'm sorry, subject to the following conditions. And the conditions are listed in the resolution. The dimensions, though, however, are for a use permit to permit a setback of 2.2 feet to the eave of a new second-story addition, and 2.4 feet to the eave, and 4.1 feet to the wall of a new one-story and two-story addition from the right side property line, instead of 8 feet as required by the code, and 7.1 feet to the eave, and 8.7 feet to the wall of a new one-story addition from the North Cleveland Street right side right-of-way, instead of 25 feet as required by the code.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to adopt the alternative resolution as modified and stated in the record by Mr. Smith. All in favor?
Aye.
I hear 4 ayes. The motion carries.
Point of clarification, this one was complex. So the second-story portion, were you adopting that as recommended from?
It's the alternative resolution, which was advertised with the modifications that you articulated.
Thank you. It was confusing on this one. I just want to make sure. Thank you for your time.
No, considering that the last people didn't understand, I'm glad you clarified.
Okay, our next case tonight is V-10931-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Classic Cottages LLC to permit a setback of 20.1 feet to the front porch and 24.7 feet to the wall of a new home from the North Harrison Street right-of-way, instead of 25 feet as required, and also 16 feet to the eave, 17 feet to the wall of the new home, and 19 feet to the rear stoop, all from the 11th Road North right-of-way, instead of 25 feet as required. This is for the construction of a new 2-story home with a front porch and a rear stoop. This is in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 1119 North Harrison Street.
Okay. And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Questions of staff? That's pretty.
Well, Madam Chair, one brief question. I know that the applicant's representative will talk to this. Well, first, going back, this house was the house that was the subject of a variance request a number of years ago by attempting to make it into a group home for some youth.
I don't,
See,
This is the same one?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay, all right.
We don't, yeah, I don't think it was this one.
All right. This house involved some walls that were torn down, and that's why it's called a new house?
Correct. This is very similar to our Kensington Street property we had a few months ago. The walls weren't able to be saved, and they tore it down and rebuilt them.
I think the applicant says that some of the walls were preserved, not all were torn down. Applicant submits that wall areas that were removed were done so for the health and safety of the future occupants. The applicant further submits that only the damaged portions of the wall areas on the first story of the house were removed, and that a significant percentage of the wall areas of the first story of the house remained. But I don't think that's, that's not dispositive, I don't think. But the county is calling it a new home.
Well, I don't think that's dispositive either. The issue is the permit that they got was for the second story, and they removed the walls underneath it, and thus,
Or at least some of the walls. We'll see, we'll hear what percentage.
yeah. All right, if there's no further questions of staff, our representing Classic Cottages is Mr. Lawson, is that correct? And then I have two speakers on this as well. Mr. Lawson, do you want them to speak after you?
No, the other two speakers are Mr. Tracy, he's with the builder, and Mr. Meadows, who's the contract purchaser.
Okay. So just let me get for the record, Mr. Lawson, William B. Lawson, Jr., 1100 North Ohio Street, Arlington, Virginia, 22205, representing the applicants. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I do represent the applicant, and I'm going to try to be fairly brief on this. I got involved in this because there was a stop work order. And, as Drew said, this is very like the Gilbert case that you all heard back in March. The one difference is that on the Gilbert case, my understanding is they took the walls all the way down. Nothing was there but foundation. The difference here was Mr. Tracy knew that you can't do that. And what he did, which is different, and he thought this was okay, is he left the walls in place, but he put in more headers above the doors and the windows. Wherever there's an opening, he put in more headers for more structural integrity. In addition, he added, and in some cases replaced, studs. And he's here, and he can give you more detail on that if that's important. The county determined, despite what happened, that in fact enough of the existing walls had been removed that they classified it as a new home, as opposed to an addition. We did not appeal that. We did not fight that. We decided instead to go ahead and file for the use permit. And we worked closely with zoning, with Drew in particular, and we were able to secure his favorable recommendation. And Mr. Meadows will testify that he's been out talking to his neighbors, and everybody that he's talked to is fine with this. And I guess the main point, and Mr. Noxon and I talked about this, is but for the technicality of nonconforming use, which is logical only to us who love zoning, to lay people is just nuts. You mean to tell me that if I leave the wall here, everything's fine, but if I take it down because it's been eaten by termites and put a new one up, then it's not fine. And so, but for that technicality, it would be the same as was approved with the original plans. Mr. Tracy?
Good evening. My name is David Tracy. I'm the president of Classic Cottages, and I appreciate your time here this evening. As Barnes has already talked about, we're not here really to challenge the zoning determination that what the extent of the walls that were removed actually was, but I just wanted you to hear from me personally that there was no intent on our part to remove any of the walls that we thought that we knew needed to remain in order to build exactly what you're seeing in the pictures. We actually went to extraordinary lengths to preserve as much of the walls. The bottom sill plate, it was totally remained. The top two sill plates around the top were preserved. We had to add headers. You see the house has a fair number of windows on the first floor. The existing house did not have any headers over any of the windows or door openings on the first floor. So in just simply making the house structurally sound to support the second floor, which was completely approved as it's shown in those photographs, the building department determined that there was enough new work that they thought we needed to revise the permits. We did that. We brought it back in, and then when the plans were submitted, there was a determination that we just had simply done too much. So I would respectfully ask that we're comfortable with the approvals as written in the staff report, and I would respectfully ask that you approve it as written, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions?
No.
Thank you very much. And our final speaker.
Mr. Meadows, Joe Meadows. Good evening. I feel like I need to speak to the board to give some context behind what's going on in terms of the technical issues and who's the owner and what's going on and who I am. My name is Joe Meadows. I'm a contract purchaser on this property with my wife, Ashley, who's here in the audience tonight. We got married July 4th, and unfortunately, right around that time, we had this issue and dealing with that. We're the future homeowners of this property. We had a contract for this property that was going to close July 31st. We've now extended that with Classic Cottages. Obviously, it's subject to this particular issue right here and the stop work order that has stopped work on this house. I can't really speak to anything about what was going on in terms of the work as it was being done, what permits were being filed, and what work papers were showing what was going to be done and that kind of thing. And I'll leave that to David Tracy, and I'll leave that to Barnes Lawson to talk about some of the legalities behind this. I know I have looked at that previous case that you all ruled on in March and believe that to be a very similar case to this one. But I can tell you that at least when my wife and I were negotiating with Classic Cottage for this property, when we talked to them about the designs, when they did show us some original, blueprints, whatever you call them in this area, there was never any intention by me or even by Classic Cottage to expand the existing footprint of this property. Indeed, this footprint has been the same since 1935, as the staff report has confirmed. So I can speak to that in terms of the building issues. But as the future homeowners waiting for a resolution on this matter, it has obviously been very difficult for me and my family, which also includes my 5-year-old daughter, Emery, who we've gone by this house a number of times during the process, and she's picked out her room already. It's the top left. We're living in a temporary place right now. We have earnest money on deposit. We have our furnishings and personal effects in storage. But I guess what bothers us and is the most difficult for me and my family right now, is the unknown. You've seen some of these pictures. It's, at least the outside is nearly completed. If you were to deny the use permit, what happens? You know, the house gets destroyed, you have to rebuild it. How long is that going to take? Where are we going to be? What are we going to do? I don't know. We try not to think about that. But I will tell you what I do know. I know that we want to stay in Arlington. I've been a resident for 17 years here in Arlington. We'd like to live in this neighborhood. We moved out of a house a mile from here, so we would go by quite a bit. We'd like to be able to live here and be able to walk to Lacey Woods Park. We've talked to the neighbors, 9 of them. We'd like to get to know them better. We talked to the Cashes, the Punaros, the Ryans, the Millers, the Fangs, the Hopkins, the Starkleys, the LaRoches, all of whom signed statements of support for us.
Do you have those statements?
Yes, ma'am. I think they were filed.
They're attached to the staff report.
Never mind. I remember.
I think we're actually in second place tonight in terms of the number of statements of support.
Oh, last month we had one with 60-some, so you know it's going to take a long time to beat that one.
I get first place was 18 for the people who were trying to do the trellis. In all due respect to them, we're not dealing with an arbor. We're not dealing with a gazebo, trellis, what have you. We're dealing with the home right here. In sum, the staff has concluded the proposal would be compatible with the development on the surrounding properties in accordance with the county's master plans. The staff has recommended the use permit be granted. We agree with that conclusion and the recommendation. We ask the board to grant the use permit.
Thank you very much. Just for the record, you're Joe Meadows, 2121 North Westmoreland, apartment 304, Arlington, Virginia 22213 at the present time. Thank you very much, Mr. Meadows, Mr. Lawson, and Mr. Tracy. I believe we're ready for a motion.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10931-14-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Mr. Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 4 yeses. The motion carries. Thank you very much and good luck. Here we go.
Our last 2 cases tonight are both related to a variance case and a use permit. The first case number, this is also a returning applicant. We heard this before and it was deferred for a few months. The case number is V-10898-14-VA-2. This is a variance request by Michael Sorrento to permit a main building footprint coverage of 37.8% instead of 33% as permitted, and also a total lot coverage of 56% instead of 43% as permitted. This is all to maintain 2 existing decks, a raised patio, and a gravel driveway in their current locations. This is in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 2105 South Fillmore Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution denying the variance for the patio, gravel driveway, and the second level deck, but approving a variance to permit a main building footprint coverage of 35.8% instead of 33% as permitted, and a total lot coverage of 46% instead of 43% as permitted in order to maintain the right rear deck constructed by a previous property owner. Alternative resolutions have been provided should the BZA wish to grant the variance as advertised or deny the variance in its entirety. And we did, for the record, we'll bringing as part of this record the prior discussions that happened on this home, which did include testimony from the applicants and neighbors. I think we have additional neighbors and or maybe some of the same here tonight, and the applicants as well. Will the applicant be presenting first, or are you going to be acting on his behalf, Mr. Isaac? Okay. No, actually, before we do that, can you have a seat? I forgot. Let me ask. We haven't had any tonight, so I skipped that step.
Yeah.
Ms. Freshman.
I know we're doing the variance first and we have the use permit, but in the use permit, we're talking about keeping the deck and the kitchen, right?
Correct.
And so in the variance, in your recommendation, that references denying the driveway, the second level deck, and the patio, implicit in these numbers is the approval of the deck and the kitchen. So they match.
Well, the kitchen's not, that's not counted towards lot coverage. That's why we didn't put it in with the variance, because the variance is just addressing the lot coverage issue, which is associated with a few of the structures, including the existing deck that was built, in 1989.
Right, okay. By someone else.
But they just need the use permit to bring that in conformance to the rear setback.
Thanks.
Any further questions of staff? At this time, no. Okay. Representing the applicant is David Isaac, 3033, is that Silent Valley?
Silent Valley Drive.
Silent Valley
Fairfax,
Drive,
Virginia.
Fairfax, Virginia, 22031. Good evening, Mr. Isaac.
Good evening. Since our last meeting, we have done some work and some research. Regarding the stormwater management especially, the owner has hired a professional civil engineer whose specialty is stormwater management. He came out and investigated and found on the property behind ours, which belongs to the homeowners association of the townhouses, there's a stormwater conveyance channel that he found to be totally clogged and causing a lot of the stormwater problem. The county was contacted, the owner association was contacted. They have made repairs to the system, for which I have a letter they've sent to the county I want to submit. What I wish to do, since we have hired Mr. Budnick, I would like to cede the bulk of my time to him. He is now totally familiar with this situation as a civil engineer, and I would like to have him address the issues we have at hand. And I want to turn in the letter from the association as well as 2 letters of support from the neighbors.
Okay, if you would give that to Mr. Russell, that would be fine. And Mr. Budnick then, Greg Budnick, 8309 Telegraph Road, Lorton, Virginia, 22079. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Members of the board, staff. My name is Greg Budnick. I am the president and owner of Community Association Engineering. 30 years background in residential subdivision and site design, specialty in stormwater drainage and stormwater management. I was retained by Mr. Sorrento to address the claims by homeowners and by the Arlington County staff that runoff from the subject lot may be negatively impacting lots on 21st Road South. I was also asked by Mr. Sorrento at the time of my site visit to address the concern regarding the substandard conditions that exist at the end of South Fillmore Street relative to the terminus of that street, the public right-of-way, and how his driveway and his neighbor's driveway interacts with the end of the street, in that he felt he had an unsafe condition. On May 22nd, I visited the site, field reviewed the conditions on his property, the South Fillmore Street right-of-way, as well as with the gracious permission of 3 property owners located on 21st Road South. Specifically, if you have tax map before you, homeowners at 2801, 2805, and 2809, 21st Road South, granted me, quite frankly, very pleasant access to their property.
Can you give those numbers again, please?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
Can you give the numbers again?
They would be the last 3 homes, on the northern side of 21st Road South, which would be the homes of 2801, 2805, and 2809.
So those are adjacent to Mr. Sorrento's property?
No, ma'am. There are no homes that are directly adjacent
that
to
are
this
down
property.
below?
They are the ones at the base of the slope.
Okay, that's, I just wanted, on the map, of course, it's flat, so we can't.
Correct, yes, yes. The condition, I think, if you look at the view graph right now, will show a rather good orientation, and you will see the home with the greenest grass, nothing against 2805, or excuse me, 2805, but 2809 is the home with the greenest grass directly below the home by orientation. I visited the site on May 22nd, as I said. I visited both the lots in question at the bottom of the hill. I interviewed each homeowner who was fortunately home at the time. I also spoke with spouses of at least two of those homes, or at least one, and was able to get a very good history from each of them. Fortunately, all of them had lived in their homes for quite a while, one gentleman for, I believe, over 4 decades. And I then explored the hillside between the subject property and the homes that are of concern. I was able to identify what is commonly referred to as a diversion channel, a bench slope channel, some people call them diversion channels, which was constructed with the townhome community that you see in the visual. You'll see the townhomes to the top of the photo. Do I have permission?
You may.
The conditions were such that the channel was almost indistinguishable in the field. It was heavily overgrown. It had been silted up with what appeared to be years of lack of maintenance. There was obstructions, debris. At the terminal point of that channel, which was roughly behind 2805, if you look in the picture on the view screen, you'll see a small shed that is located to the rear, and it's almost at the very bottom of the photograph on your screen. There is an inlet, a very large one, right behind that garage. That inlet had a series of areas where there was significant settlement around the inlet throat, where the water from the store, what water did stay in the channel, which was little, never made it to the inlet, and in fact went behind the wall. It is currently damaging that wall on the property of 2805, and is leaking out between the garage. The owners showed me evidence of where the water was leaking through the wall and onto their property. The owner at 2809 had showed me evidence of where there had been stormwater runoff from that property above his wall that had eroded his landscaping. The owner at 2801 had shown several places where there was deficient drainage at the base of the slope near her house and on her property.
Okay, if you could summarize?
Yes, ma'am. My conclusions were very simple, that because all of the runoff for the subject property has to enter this diversion channel, that the proper operation and maintenance of this channel, which is not actually on this particular applicant's property, must function. I further checked the calculations on this channel and found that all of the runoff, which would arrive at that channel, even if you were to completely pave this lot, which we know we will not do, would not change the computational capacity of this channel. In other words, this channel can handle all of the runoff that leaves this property in both a pre- and post-development condition. If I might just allow 30 seconds to speak to the right-of-way issue, because I feel it's a matter of public safety.
The right-of-way, yes.
Very quickly. I quite frankly, and I'll have to be somewhat succinct here, found the end of the street to be hazardous, not just unsafe. As a professional engineer, I think the Department of Public Works should be contacted about the conditions and the issue looked at. It is steep. It is not capable of performing proper turnarounds, even for someone who I consider myself to be a very good driver. There's a public access, a turnaround easement on the subject property, which is blocked by an Arlington County inlet, which was modified during a project that the Public Works Department completed. That inlet is actually in a highly non-standard condition and is dangerous to the traveling public. I found it nearly impossible to back out of this gentleman's driveway. And I think the gravel area that he has put in is, quite frankly, if I might, in my professional opinion, the only possible way that he could turn a car around and actually exit his property safely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. It does not.
Madam Chair, I want to ask that speaker just a couple of quick
Burdick,
questions.
If you'll come forward, there are a couple of questions.
Background. I've been doing a lot of work personally with erosion and sediment control professionals. You have a certification in ENS?
Yes, sir.
So you're a PE?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Bean. Just a moment. You're at 2101 South Fillmore Street, Arlington, Virginia, 22204, and we just heard that means you're the neighbor of the applicant. Is that correct?
Yes, his immediate neighbor. It's up on the slope. What I wanted to talk about were two things. One, the main thing is I'd like you guys to understand how the neighborhood has been improved since Mike and Jeanette have moved in. One of the pictures showed the house as it had been before Mike moved in, and it was abysmal. It was an eyesore. It was falling apart. The siding was falling off the house. I have 4 boys, and we live next door, and the boys are boys. They play, throw frisbees, balls. The grass was so tall behind Mike's house, they would lose their balls, their frisbees. There would be animals over there, snakes. Since Mike has moved in, a lot of this stuff has been taken care of. In particular, the roadway, it's in front of our house. It's a very narrow street. There is no turnaround. At the end of every day we come home, we can't turn our cars around to park in front of our house. If there's more than one family of friends come over, it's impossible to park. We try to have a Christmas party. Our guests have to park all over the place, and then no one can turn around. Since Mike built that driveway, first, it's a gorgeous driveway. It's tiled over now. But since he built that, we can park. We can move around. But that's all Mike. If you look under the truck right there, the gravel now is actually tile bricks that are in place, and it looks very nice and makes the neighborhood accessible. With regards to the back, I know in some of the pictures you could see what's been done in the back, but the deck is gorgeous. It adds to our community. And all I'm asking is to let them complete it, let them complete and helping improving our neighborhood. I mean, it's safer there now. I'd like you guys to consider that.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on this matter is Carla McDuffie, 2110 South Fillmore Street, 22204.
Good evening. I live directly across the street from the Sorrento residence, and I've lived there for 18 years. And I know the gentleman who previously occupied the house was not on the property for at least 2 years before the house went into foreclosure and was sold, and Mike bought it. The property was completely dilapidated, and Mike has completely changed the ambiance and improved the community tremendously with all the work that he's done on the property. As you can see in this photo, there's a fire hydrant right in front of, there's no street parking. There's no street parking per se. The county street maintenance ends right where that sewer is. And as everyone has expressed, it's impossible to turn your car around. The road that leads down a very steep hill, it's partly my property and partly the condos. We have ingress and egress. It's very steep and it's not well maintained, and you can't really turn around at the bottom, and you can't turn around on the hill either. So I kind of rely on pulling into Mike's driveway to turn my car around and park in front of my house. When I do, I make sure to put my tires right up on the curb, because if I don't, he wouldn't be able to get out of his driveway. The way that the end of the street ends right there and the way it was constructed, it defies logic. So I would ask this committee to grant the proposal that's before you. Thank you so much.
And thank you for coming. Our next speaker in this matter is Randolph E. Randall, 2809 21st Road South, Arlington, Virginia. He's speaking against the proposal. Welcome back, Mr. Randall.
Good evening, and thank you. I would like to introduce some pictures of the flooding conditions. When we were here the last time, I think we identified that the applicant had failed to contact the Civic Association and recognize who were neighbors. And so the ones that are in favor this evening are neighbors on Fillmore Street above, but the neighbors on South 21st Road were not included. Mr. Budnick did, in fact, come into the yard back in May, and the Townhome Association, Henson Park, was notified by the county to clean out that conveyance. But that conveyance was placed there when they built the house, because the house was part of the townhouse project. It was part of the townhouse project. And there's riprap in that channel currently that was placed there by the developer. The improvements that were done by the landscaping contractor for the townhouses was simply vegetation removal, some additional clearing on the hillside. And some removal of the sediment in some of the channel, but the channel is very shallow, very, very shallow. So I say to you this evening that since the last meeting, the applicant has not knocked on a door, he's not visited the Civic Association, has made no effort. He simply placed and asked others to be his representatives, but we're the neighbors. We're the neighbors that have been there. I'm an original owner. Where his home sits, it was filled from the development, from the townhouse development. They brought the fill in from the bottom and put it up there and gave you your topography. That's all filled. So I would request that this evening that you deny this request, and even with the picture that showed the partial deck that was going to be constructed, now we have a huge shed. There's a huge shed over, by right. So rather than permitting the shed, no, you allowed the shed, but you wouldn't allow the decking portion. So we just use the same foundation and put up this structure. I don't see that up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cleveland James, 2801 21st Road, Arlington, Virginia.
Good evening. I just want to concur with what was said a few minutes ago. I know the engineer was out there in the daytime. I spoke with him, but I really question whether or not has he actually observed any runoff during a raining time period. Now, we just had rain yesterday, and the catch basin that he speaks about is very shallow. The wall that is behind 2805 is still wet across the whole side, so it tells me that the catch basin is not actually catching all of the water that he says is functional to do. My other concern is that not only with that catch basin, there was a retaining wall that went another 60 or 70 feet around my property that wasn't touched, and I know that's something, another story to talk about, but my question is whether or not you actually need to be out there when it's raining, when a heavy storm is coming, to see visually just what is going on. I think also the part that with the shed there, it is still dumping additional amount of water from an unusual amount as opposed to when it's just raining and the hill itself is bringing the water down the steep part of the hill itself. I do question the construction of the shed and I do object of having it built.
Thank you very much, Mr. James. And I believe our final speaker on this matter is Anthony Bellamy, 2805 South 21st Road, Arlington, Virginia.
Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of my parents, Betty and Twillie Bellamy. They've been living at this property for over 40 years, and we've never had a problem like this. So my concern, I live in Atlanta, Georgia, but I come up on a regular basis. Anytime you take away trees and grass and surface area that's being absorbed normally, it's affecting the water going down to our property. So right now, within the past year or two, it's just been crazy. It's been just a larger amount of water coming down that hill. It's been affecting 2801, 2805, and 2801, 2805, and 2809. But it like I said, anytime you move some trees, anytime you move grass and things of that nature, the catch basin is doing some of the work, but it's still overworked. We're being adversely affected. So I just don't think any additional structures, concrete or anything, should be placed there. Like I said, my parents have been there for 40 plus years, and we haven't had this problem to this magnitude. That's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. I think I guess, is Mr. Sorrento here? Did you want to say anything, sir?
I'll be brief, ma'am.
You are the applicant, so you have an opportunity, please.
Thank you. First thing I want to say is I've made mistakes, and I want to be clear that my intent here is to correct them. I know that I'm asking for something more than what is entitled to by statute, by the rules and so forth. I know I've offended my neighbors, and I apologize to all of them. It was never an intent to harm them in any way, and I don't believe I have, but clearly there's a misunderstanding. I'm hopeful that the board can recognize one key point, and that is that I live in a property that does sit on the tax rolls, and it is effectively at a rate that it wasn't at previously. And the extreme hardships that are apparent based on the ability to use the property correctly for entering and exiting, I believe it is hazardous to do so. And with all due respect to the staff, I don't believe that the report recognizes in any measurable way the hardship, the extreme hardship that I have with the property. Although I can share with you that the reason that Jeanette and I purchased the property is because it is an extremely beautiful location, has an extremely wonderful appeal to it because of the surroundings, because of the trees, because of the wildlife, because of a view. And again, it's never been my intent to affect any of the surrounding neighbors. But I do have extreme challenges. I do want to continue to make the property more beautiful. Some of the pictures you're seeing, since then, the deck's been painted, boards have been removed, cleaned up. There's no justice there. I would just recognize, yes, I did build a shed. It's not based on the platform that's there. I dropped it down to the ground level and put it up, and it doesn't even go higher than that deck. So it's very within the rights, and I believe I've had a survey provided to establish that. So just in summary, I again, please recognize the hardship, and please consider to evaluate this case based on the facts of the matter. And I hope and pray that you have no biases towards what I've done.
Okay, Mr. Sorrento, before you sit, I think I have at least a couple of questions. I'm not sure if my colleagues will. The first was, I believe at the end of the last meeting, we did talk to you about the importance of contacting the Civic Association and your neighbors. Can you speak to why you haven't done so?
Ma'am, I have, in one regard, for certain, attempted to contact, when you say civic association, the homeowners association that owns the property.
No, I'm talking about the Civic Association, Mr. Sorrento, and that's what we were very clear about. The Civic Association is the group that is representative of that community, and we encourage our applicants to contact those civic associations to have them weigh in on requests such as yours.
I would, I guess, fall before you and say I misunderstood. I believed we were talking about the homeowners association that owned the property, and my fault again, as I mentioned, made mistakes. I believe I failed to understand clearly what you meant, and I apologize.
And you also did not contact the neighbors that were directly below you yourself, just your engineer did, is that correct?
Well, yes, the engineer, I did speak with one neighbor, Ms. Hopkins James, who's represented by the group here, and had a very nice conversation with her, but I do agree with you. I did not speak to the other neighbors, and I would just say to you, after the last hearing, it was pretty clear that those neighbors weren't very happy with me, and I wished not to create further conflict.
Okay. Let me just also ask you, you've indicated that the structures that have been built or the existing status of the property is much different, but none of that was submitted in your application. Can you explain why?
I believe there's a new plat.
No, I'm talking about what it actually looks like. You say that these pictures don't represent it, but you did nothing to provide any pictures of the existing driveway, which we now hear is tiled, or the changes in the deck. Is that correct? I mean, can you tell me why those weren't submitted as part of your package?
I don't know, David, can I defer to? I mean, I believe that we submitted an updated package, but I'm not clear.
So I take it your answer is you just relied on Mr. Isaac and you didn't think to add anything that would document the existing status of this home?
I believed I had representation for that. I apologize for my failure.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
I just have a couple quick ones, and it might be in here. Mr. Sorrento, when did you purchase the property?
March of 2012.
And did you see it before purchasing it?
Yes.
Okay.
When were all the changes that you made done to the property?
When I say changes, I mean cosmetic improvements, painting, removal of boards, nothing structurally other than, as indicated, the front driveway was gravel. So I added, I changed some of the existing driveway to a block, and I extended the block slightly over to extend in that walkway area. But I then put sod in the significant portion of where there was gravel, so that the amount of footprint that looked as gravel on the previous drawings has now been covered with grass.
Did you change any of the decking to a different surface?
No, ma'am, no. Nothing structurally has changed, other than I added a 8x10 shed within the confines of the requirements that don't require a permit, and within the setbacks and the set-asides and so forth.
Did he not need a permit for that, Mr. Noxon?
That's correct. It's less than 200 square feet, and it's meeting the placement, which is he'd have to be 8 feet from the main building and 1 foot from the side or rear lot line. He's well beyond that.
Because that part of the lot is very large.
I would just add that there is a roof on the shed, and I added a gutter to run water away from the steep slope and actually back up my property. And I can certainly add more drainage improvements to impact, to minimize any water runoff or impact to that effect.
Okay, thank you very much. Any additional questions? No, I don't think so. I think the only other person I would allow to come forward is Mr. Isaac. They do have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put the package together? Or did
Yes,
the
ma'am.
applicant?
I put the package together, and I did want to comment on one thing. We had it resurveyed about a month ago, which I turned into Arlington County, which was a true survey representation of what is there. And I know Mr. Sorrento put some pavers out from his front stoop, and he stopped while it was still sidewalk, waiting, to see the outcome. And I had the surveyor accurately represent everything that is as it is today, and that's what I brought back to Arlington County to add to the original package of what we had submitted.
So that's this sheet, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That should have a July survey date on it, I believe.
No, this says September 4, 2013.
It's cut off because it's 8.5 by 14. There's a May 23rd, 2014 date. If you would like to see that on here.
May 2014?
No, we had it resurveyed around July.
I've got the May 23rd one showing the shed, once the shed had been constructed.
Shed completed. That must be the one then, yes. If it shows the shed completed, that was the to date, which reflects when all work on the site, no additional work was done after that date.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Isaac.
Okay, may I ask a question before I sit down?
We generally don't take questions. So unless we have more.
Can I just ask a question? I find I find the driveway in the front to be, or the parking gravel, whatever it is, to be particularly unattractive, but I'm very persuaded by having driven out there, not to mention the comments of people who live there and can't turn around. And so in denying that driveway, what is the alternative? And has the county, has Public Works or anybody actually weighed in on why it is the way it is and how they reasonably expect people to use the street and access their properties?
We've not heard anything from Public Works. The only county employees besides zoning and code enforcement who've been involved are environmental services, and that's in regards to the stormwater issues on the backyard and in that culvert. So I'm not sure at this point if the issue's actually been brought up to the county otherwise.
Well, it does strike me, just looking at this picture alone, that no, this is a wound that was inflicted. The county did it, It's very, very difficult to see how that the neighbors can really negotiate that. Apart from this particular applicant's issues, just that issue in general, which speaks to, I assume, why he wants a driveway in the front or a gravel parking turning area in the front.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Smith.
Does the applicant have any current photographs of the pavers or the blocks, I think was the word that he used, that have been placed on in the front of the house? That would be suitable for inclusion in the record? I'd like to see what it looks like now. And I'd like to say also that you buy and you look at it, you look at it and then you buy. And it is what it is. A purchaser has to know, or they have to ask their real estate agent, what are the constraints? What limitations are there with respect to zoning? Obviously, you drive up to this and you see that there's very limited space, as with the neighbor, Ms. I don't know. Yes, McDuffie. Her property we could see from above. She doesn't really have any space for a. I don't think you even have a garage. Ms. McDuffie doesn't have a garage either, I don't think. Just a driveway kind of, but I mean, you buy, and it is what it is. Sometimes people buy hoping that they can make changes that will make it more commodious, but If there are legal restrictions to that, then you have to work within those restrictions, or you have to ask for some leeway, which is what you're doing here. But the permeable surfaces, gravel's not. Water does flow through it, but the pavers, I'd be concerned to see what that looks like. You have a serious runoff issue. You have any hill, and right now we're faced with a lot around the country, a lot of instances of sediment erosion of hillsides, and maybe engineers didn't pay enough attention 30, 40, 50 years ago. It concerns me greatly that this is fill. But I guess it would concern you even more living on it. That I'd be, but putting pavement down makes it more difficult with respect to water, and handling water on a hillside is very, very critical. Obviously, that hasn't been done well here. Creating more opportunities for impermeable surfaces is problematic.
Mr. Noxon, I guess I keep getting confused based on the pictures that we have and the application and the information that says he has built several decks.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I'm still troubled by this application because I don't know what's already existing and what was built without permits. And I guess from my perspective, I'd like to know that. And I'd like to be able to say, all of these things, as we often do, that were built without a permit, in some ways go in a different box in terms of whether there's a hardship than things, as the staff has recommended, that were pre-existing, that he didn't really have notice of, and other issues. I think, and again, the difficulty I have is I know we can't really divide this. As to the driveway issue, I do think that probably is a hardship that might, that the solution he came up with is not necessarily unreasonable and could be accepted. But it's the decks that I have more concern with, and at this point I don't think we're really focusing on those or which ones were built. Ms. Williams, do we have any, aside for the one picture, don't we have one which has looks like not that one.
We have multiple. Mm-hmm.
But even those are the back ones.
For the patio structure, you see that deck above? It's just a platform right now.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the ones that was built without a permit.
Yeah, and that's one of the ones that we wouldn't be grandfathering that, would we? Or would
Right.
We
The recommendation is to deny that.
We would, if we go with the zoning ordinance recommendation.
Staff's recommendation is to keep the deck that's it was in the previous picture, the one to the left of that one right there.
But again,
that was built
and
years
that's
ago.
all wood, that is not concrete or
Correct.
brick or anything else. What about the barbecue? That picture, I think this is the picture that bothers me. I don't know.
There's the barbecue, that patio area, further down, it's a little raised off of the back. Those are all built without any permits or without any zoning approval.
And I guess that one as well.
Exactly. Yep.
And especially in light of that beautiful barbecue we had to take down last month. I imagine, though, it's not a setback issue here. Is this a coverage issue?
So this is a setback issue too. That is about 2 feet from the rear property line.
Yeah, and in light of our decision last month, I'm not inclined to. Yeah, I'm not inclined to grant that in that location. And I think the impervious nature, I guess this one you do see is the either wood or a Trex or some other surface which might have some capacity for drain below it and not be as difficult. But all of those other surfaces which are tile, that's the part that bothers me, and that was what I was trying to get clarification on. And I guess we could just go with the staff's recommendation, but I'm very troubled by the existing application, not specifically identifying for the board what is being asked to give forgiveness for. It's like, well, I want you to forgive me, but I'm not even going to tell you exactly what I did wrong.
Madam Chair, the wooden deck that the staff is okay with was there when he bought it.
Mm-hmm. It was built in 1989.
And the rest of this is new.
Correct.
Yeah, all of that I have a problem with. And I might, that's why I'd like to see what the front looks like, because, yeah, it's a problem, but a hardship does have to go with the land, but it's also something that you didn't really envision but I would give you some on the front but I'd like to see what it looks like now, because I'm not quite as impressed as your neighbor next door with the ambiance, I think was the word that you used. I'd like to see what the front looks like, because just, there are limits on how far you can go. I mean, you could take up all the lawn. I see some folks, in some places they park cars and take up all of their lawn, and there isn't any lawn in the front. Not that you have much to start with, but I'd like to see what. I saw you looking for. Do you have some pictures of what it looks like now in the front?
No, sir. I only have pictures
okay.
of what it looked like prior to me adding the sod and changes. So I actually got rid of a lot of gravel.
What do you have? Is something different than what we see? Is it more updated than that picture? Ms. Williams, can we see that picture of the front?
This will satisfy you, but because it doesn't actually show.
Yeah, that one,
What you're
2033.
looking
Yeah.
for.
Do you have something more current than January of 2014?
This is not. This is before I did the work, and this is just a
Well, let's see.
picture from
Hold
my
it.
driveway. That shows
Well,
how
that's not quite the same angle. Do you see what we're looking at? Do you see above? Do you see that? Do you have anything that's newer than that shows that angle?
Only on my phone, I actually have some pictures, but I don't have it. No. And I'm just showing. I just have some pictures of how much room.
This doesn't. We understand. I understand the room. I'm looking for something. You see where your truck is? I'm looking for a picture of that now. You don't have that. And you've done something new that, I mean, you had to know we were going to want to see what this would look like when you say you've got stones down. So you didn't think that we would be looking for a picture of what it looks like now?
You can email.
You didn't think that would be persuasive?
No, he can.
Mr. Sorrento, if you email those pictures to Mr. Knox and he can print them, and then we can.
If you have any on your phone, if you're able to
even right
email them
now.
to me. I have to bug Cliff.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
One question of staff. I know Mr. Knoxon is working on receiving these pictures, but you said environmental services is working on the issues down below. Do you have anything more other than that? Do you know what any conclusions that they've reached?
I'm not really sure they can do anything about it, honestly.
Well, maybe they could cite the homeowners association for not maintaining a part of the stormwater management system that's within their control. I mean, it sounds like it's their responsibility.
It didn't sound like they were moving towards that, though. I talked to Gail England, who is the staff member who went out there. She didn't say there was any sort of violation they were bringing up on it. And I mean, also that's beyond the zoning division's purview anyway.
Yeah, that one of the neighbors had a picture of a water feature. That's what I'll call it. I'm sure that's only the case when it's raining heavily, but it was a water feature. It was a waterfall that, in effect, was going through their yard. That's they probably have private rights of action against the HOA.
Again, Mr. Smith, I think that is outside the scope of what we're talking about, so if we could focus on this. I don't know where the board is at or if we're in a place to make any motions. Let's actually wait for the pictures, maybe.
Well, some of that was for the benefit of the folk who've come, or so they might hear some updated information, if there was any.
I'll say that my inclination is that despite the deferral, this isn't ready. We don't have current pictures. The applicant has not met with the Civic Association, even though it was an explicit request. It's not ready, and I don't see any point in sitting here for 30 minutes and waiting for emailed pictures or whatever. I simply don't.
Mr. Russell?
I agree with Ms. Freshman. Several of the, well, now two of the members of this board have expressed some interest in more information, not at hand in inadequate information, and contact with neighbors and civic associations. I would say it's not ready.
And I guess my struggle is whether we say it's not ready or whether we simply say no to Mr. Sorrento because he had been put on notice that he needed to make it ready. He presented the application to us that he wanted us to act on. His failure to present an adequate application maybe warrants us making an action tonight. I'm not sure. That's my struggle.
I would certainly support a denial.
Was that a motion?
Where's the alternative? Is it here? Yep. I will move the alternative resolution, which is to deny the case number V-10898-14-VA-2 for a variance to permit a building footprint coverage of 37.8% instead of 33% as permitted, and a total lot coverage of 56% instead of 43% as permitted by Article 3, Section 3.2.5A of the Arlington zoning ordinance in order to maintain two existing decks, a raised patio, and a gravel driveway in their current locations on the premises known as 2105 South Fillmore Street.
Except, okay, it's been moved by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Mr. Smith. I have one question on that alternative resolution. If it no longer is a gravel driveway, because it has been tiled over, would he need to take the tiles off to return it to a gravel driveway? And what distance are we looking at? Would it be the distance that's in this picture, or would it be the distance of the tile, which allegedly is less?
The first point would be if you're denying the coverage, you're denying the driveway in general. Gravel is counted in coverage under the ordinance, and the recent amendment states that clearly now, as it didn't before. So he would have to pull up the driveway basically and resod it, turn it back into grass or landscaping.
But the alternative resolution, that's why I was asking, is because the alternative resolution does allow him to maintain two existing decks, the raised patio, and a gravel driveway.
No. There were two alternatives, one of which was denied.
That's the approval as advertised, and then there's another.
Sorry.
There was the staff recommendation.
Which is what I seconded.
Which is not the, okay, which is not the alternative representative.
To maintain the staff's recommendation was to deny the patio, the barbecue, and the second level deck, but approve.
Alternative resolution, never mind.
Exactly. Approve the existing rear deck.
Well, except.
Isn't that the motion that you made?
No.
I made a motion to deny, but I'll withdraw it. Well, that was one of the options that staff gave us.
Well, I'm still trying to get clarification because it seems like both denial resolutions, as I read them, says in order to maintain two existing decks, a raised patio, and a gravel driveway in their current location, and we have no gravel driveway. So that's what I'm trying to get clarification. It seems that language is in both denials, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, there's a denial of everything except for the existing deck. And then there's an approval as advertised. And then there's a third option, which is to deny all of it.
Right, and what I understood Ms. Freshman's was to be the alternative resolution denial, which would maintain the gravel driveway, but we don't have a gravel driveway, so that's what I'm trying to get clarified.
Well, we had a gravel driveway according to the plat.
Right, and that's the concern with going
Right.
back to the other question of this maybe not being
We would
ready.
have to amend it, or we can give him a certain amount of area of the driveway to keep so he has that turnaround. If if the board wishes to do that.
I'm sorry, I thought Ms. Freshman was making a motion to approve the staff's recommendation, which was only maintenance of the historic deck.
The one I,
That's what I thought.
the one I
and
read
That's what I thought I was seconding, so.
She was reading this one.
is the briefer one, which is the complete denial, right?
No, that's the alternative which maintains the driveway. The one that didn't complete denial is the first one, which was the staff's recommendation to deny everything but the lot coverage. And the original existing deck. That's the clarification I was trying to
Let me
seek.
withdraw my second.
I'll withdraw my motion. All right.
The
And
motion.
Madam Chairman, I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt staff's recommendation in this action, in this case, which results in only maintaining the deck which pre-existed this applicant.
And I guess, okay, that's been moved. I see no second.
Yes, it does.
I second it.
Okay, so Mr. Russell has seconded it. Comments on that one? I guess my comment on that one is I am troubled by not approving something in the driveway. My difficulty was that, again, in light of the poor application that we have before us, that is not conforming with the existing property, or is existing request even. Staff could only write the recommendation based on the application. So, Mr. Knoxon, if we deny that, can he come back and request something on the driveway, or is it denied?
We don't have anything in the ordinance saying you can't make a new application.
So potentially he could file a new use permit, or a new variance for the driveway? Mr. Russell?
It's a year to vest. But once, if there's a denial, you could have a changed proposal.
And that's what we were talking about earlier. If you deny the coverage, the new driveway, whether it's gravel or tile, has to go.
Because
Mhm.
It doesn't matter whether it's the gravel that was there or the tile that's now there. If you deny the coverage,
right,
whatever is there has to go.
Right.
And it has to be turned to grass or sod or whatever. So you get rid of, your concern is that they're not showing the tiles that they're there, but it counts in coverage. So if you deny the coverage, whatever is there that's not grass has got to go.
No, and I understand that. What my concern with it is I do think this is a safety feature, and that we should probably act to approve something with regard to the driveway, but we don't have any idea what to approve.
You have no idea what it is.
Because what's here in this picture, what's been petitioned, it's not, we don't have any accuracy.
So, Madam Chair, back to that your earlier question of can the applicant refile with a new driveway plan if we deny what he sought right now?
If you deny everything that they've done except for the 487 square foot deck, then they would have to wipe this whole thing clean. If they want to come back and apply for a driveway, they could. But
And
you
with
wipe
a plan that's showing the
that's
coverage?
showing the coverage with the new driveway. But now, if you deny everything except the deck, everything except the deck has to go.
Okay.
And they would have to start all over again to come back with the new driveway.
And before they could even file for that, they would have to have removed all the structures that were in violation.
Everything. Yes.
And that's the way they could get to address the safety issue.
Well, they can do that, and now I'm going back and forth, even though I was the one that sort of pushed us to say they made their bed, they should lie in it. I'm not sure. I mean, there is still the fact that we don't have adequate information. I don't know if we have adequate information to be saying everything should go. And yet, I think I do have adequate information as to the barbecue, that it's within 2 feet of the boundary, which we just took one of those down last month. I think for consistency and for the lack of the same reasons we had last month, I see no reason to act differently in terms of the barbecue. The other structures that are in the back, I don't know exactly what they are, but the impervious nature of those structures versus the wood cause great concern for me. The only issue that I feel that, so I guess I could go with this, but I am concerned whether legally we could come back and really entertain a driveway, even if we've denied if we deny a variance for lot coverage purposes, and then a new application's made.
I don't think that in the ordinance, under the BZA, you have the issue of bringing something back.
Okay.
Because how do you know from what you're looking at that he actually built a tiled driveway? So if he wiped everything clean and came back with a tiled driveway and asked for coverage, he's just coming back applying new.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think there's a prohibition on coming back applying for a new variance with something other than what you denied. Because you're denying a gravel driveway, and you're denying the coverage for it.
Mm-hmm.
But if he comes back with a tile driveway and asks for the coverage for that, to me, that's a new application for something new.
But the only issue I have with that is it's a new application, but we've already made a determination as the zoning board that there's no hardship on the property by making the denial. That's, I guess, my concern is whether we're bound by that determination if we make that tonight, as opposed to allowing the applicant to withdraw or request deferral.
Or would you want?
Madam Chair, with respect to, I'm going to see a new application as a new application, in light of the, having to remediate. And I think that, you would have different numbers for coverage areas in that case, which would, to me, make it.
That's true. If he wipes everything off the back, then he's going to have different numbers.
Right,
But
when he comes back,
that goes to lot coverage and not to variance, right?
It's still another variance, but if he takes off the things that were denied on the back and just came back maybe for safety issues with the tiled driveway, that's a lesser number that he would have to request the variance for, which is a new variance. You're not restricted like the county board is restricted on you can't come back in 360 days on the same lot and things like that.
The lawyer in me just wants to make sure that we're not bound by the determination. But I think I guess, and as I'm thinking about that, the issue being the variance was for the total requested variance. And to the extent that one part of that variance would fail, that is, I see no basis to grant the variance for the back patio. That's the other issue, notwithstanding the structures and the fact that we don't have adequate application. I don't see a hardship justifying a variance for that part either. So that would be enough to cut the whole variance off. But if he comes back and segregates those, then there would be that is an absolute new application.
Or could you not approve the old deck and a driveway, and the driveway, and deny the rest of it?
And I guess, and the question is, could we approve the old deck and a driveway? I think absolutely we could do that. I think there is probably sufficient evidence to find hardship on the driveway portion. But the problem is, I don't believe we have a proper application to approve that request today, since we don't have the actual substance that he has on that driveway today, or the size that we'd be dealing with, because it's clear that from the testimony we have tonight, the coverage that we have on the gravel is more than what the alleged coverage is today. So I think we would.
But alleged is the key word.
Right. And I think, Ms. So therefore, at least I'm ready to move on the motion.
You're the chair.
And
you have a motion and a second.
Is there any other comments? Okay. No, you may not, Mr. Sorrento. All in favor of the motion? Aye.
Aye.
4 ayes. The request for the variance is denied.
And that is accepting the deck, correct?
Yes, accepting the deck.
Just want to make that clear again.
Yes, so the original deck is approved. The rest of the structures must be removed. And as we've been discussing, that would not preclude you from coming back and filing a new request for the driveway.
Okay, so we would then have to, I'll call out the use permit case, we'll have to make a modified use permit for that deck, and also if you wish to approve the kitchen or deny the kitchen. So this is case number V-10898-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Michael Sorrento to permit a setback of 6.9 feet to masonry barbecue from the left side property line instead of 8 feet as required, and a setback of 1.5 feet to a first floor deck, 2.6 feet to a masonry barbecue and raised patio, 14.7 feet to a second floor deck, and 22.1 feet to an outdoor kitchen from the rear property line instead of 25 feet as required. This is all to maintain 2 existing decks, a raised patio, an outdoor barbecue, and an outdoor kitchen in their current locations. This is in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 2105 South Fillmore Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution denying the use permit for the patio, barbecue, and the second level deck, but approving use permit for a rear setback of 1.5 feet to the right rear deck constructed by the previous property owner and a rear setback of 22.1 feet to the outdoor kitchen. And alternative resolutions again have been provided should the BZA wish to grant the use permit as advertised or deny the use permit in its entirety. As to the speakers, I will note that for the record, the same speakers have put in speaking slips, and I would believe that their testimony would be the same as on the use permit as it was on the variance. And unless anybody specifically wants to have additional testimony, I think we're going to go with that. I will allow the applicant's agent to address the use permit issue. And if we want to start with Mr. Burdick, that would be fine.
Madam Chairman, I would like to add to my previous testimony commentary regarding this matter of lot coverage and runoff from any of the features you are considering. All of the runoff, just if I was not clear about this in my previous testimony, all of the runoff from this lot drains to a stormwater management facility. It does not drain to any of the residential properties at 2801, 2805, 2809. If this stormwater management facility did not exist, none of the runoff from this lot would enter lot 2801. They are not topographically lined up with each other. They don't even involve each other hydrologically. Relative to the stormwater management system, it was designed under current day standards. Its capacity, if properly maintained, is absolutely, in my opinion, completely viable to accept all of the runoff from the subject property and all of the properties above it. The sole reason why the complainants in 21st Road South are experiencing problems is, in my professional opinion, specifically and wholly because of a failure of a system to be maintained by a property owner that is not the applicant, on property that is not the applicant's. So to hold in any way, shape, or form the failure of this system over this applicant, or to, in my professional opinion, state that the runoff from this property is in any way jeopardizing these homes, in my opinion, is incorrect. The staff report, unfortunately, is misleading in that regard, in that it does state, it makes a statement of may negatively impact adjacent properties. This is a factually incorrect statement. And I think that the board, in making their decisions tonight, should be well aware of the fact that that, in fact, is an absence of fact in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Isaac?
Thank you. I would like to address specifically this kitchen issue.
Thank you.
Which is a burner and a sink and a cabinetry. If nothing else was an issue here, I would consider the kitchen almost a slam dunk win. It is in itself a fairly small request. If the sink was the deal breaker, we'd be willing to take it out, but we don't want to. but this is a small protrusion because when this house was designed, it was built to that, I believe it's a 25-foot setback to the yard. The back wall of the house is the building restriction line. This protrudes, I think, 30 inches into it and is for what we consider a harmless, very popular these days outdoor type of kitchen, which we would like to keep. And it is my understanding, and I will check this with zoning department, that the part of the patio that is on grade as an on-grade patio is legal. That it's when it went on to fill and required retaining wall that it became not legal. I did want to see if that was correct. The man does want to enjoy his backyard, which is a fairly private backyard. And I say, and other things being equal, the kitchen itself is not a huge type of a request or a hardship on any of the neighbors. And that was the point I wish to address.
Okay, I don't know whether this question is properly to Mr. Isaac or Mr. Noxon, but just for clarification, is the kitchen on any part of the patio which we just denied the variance?
It's only on the on-grade portion, so really the only portion of the patio he's going to have to remove is that lower part where the fireplace was, where it exceeds 8 inches on grade.
Yeah,
The kitchen part's on grade.
So it's and that's what your understanding was as well, Mr. Isaac, it's on grade?
To clarify, and that was my understanding, that if we take off the part of the patio that is on fill or above, we have to do that. But we could keep the on-grade part of the patio, which would include the kitchen.
And that's by right, is that correct, Mr. Noxon?
Correct.
Just for clarification, that's not something that you're doing from us, that's something you get to do by right.
Yes, okay.
So, Madam Chair, I can envision taking out the patio and leaving the kitchen. That's feasible, I would think.
It's not it's 158.4 square feet of patio. It's not a lot. I mean, that's the portion that's above grade. Maybe even less than that. When they start digging and find out which part exceeds 8 inches, it may be less than that even.
It's a little really difficult to tell original from some of the fill, but we would like to keep as much patio as we can and enjoy the kitchen.
Can I say something?
Mm-hmm. Yes, Ms. Freshman.
I just want to make the comment about the drainage, that I think it is important for the neighbors that these issues be addressed and that the source be determined. And if that means that it's the homeowners association that's not maintaining it properly or whatever, if it's not coming from this property, that's fine. That's one issue that Mr. Sorrento doesn't have to worry about. But in the end, I think most of the difficulties that we've found with the various things that have been added to this property aren't actually issues that, at least in my view, are related to drainage so much as other issues of coverage and whether something was built with permits, et cetera. So I think, but I do think that the drainage is very much an issue that someone's going to need to address. And whether it's come through the Public Works or Environmental Services or whatever, so that there can be a determination and some relief can be had for these neighbors.
Okay, well, I did personally meet with Gail England on this. And as I said, I turned in a report. They had worked on repair, whether they did it to suit the county. I think the county does need to go out and re-investigate this
Right.
drainage situation on the other property, which they said they would.
Well, this application has highlighted that there's, as with the traffic turnaround issue related to Fillmore Street, it's highlighted some issues that need to be addressed that aren't necessarily tied to this application specifically.
Yes, ma'am.
Although the driveway certainly is. But that the county and other parties are going to have to address so that the neighbors can be, their concerns can be
Because if I may just
And I don't really actually want to talk about that any further, because I think Ms. Freshman's first point is that's not relevant to the zoning application. The drainage issues, and I think even to Mr. Burdick's point, are not the topic of what the decision was today. The basis of the decision is not turning on the drainage or the flooding to the neighbors, as much as it is the fact that there was an inadequate application to support the request, and the fact that, as Ms. Freshman points out, permits and other things that were failed to be sought in this case. I think if there's no other questions of Mr. Isaac or the staff, I might entertain a motion.
I have a question of the staff.
Yes.
Am I correct that the staff's recommendation on the first page is actually where we are in terms of keeping the kitchen and keeping the old deck? So when we started into this, when you said that's going to affect the use permit, well, it doesn't affect the recommendation the staff was making on the use permit.
Correct.
Just dropped out things that were going to be, okay. I wanted to be clear about that, because I kept
pertinent to the
going,
variance at the
yes,
time.
if you wanted to keep the barbecue, if you wanted to keep the old deck built by others, then the staff recommendation is what does that under the use permit, if somebody wanted to make that
Not the
motion.
old barbecue, the kitchen.
The kitchen.
No, did I say barbecue? I apologize. I apologize.
Exactly.
No, kitchen. The one in the picture.
We just wanted the tape
One in
to
the
record
picture.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, not the barbecue. We're pretty clear about that.
Done with it.
And so I think we're now with a clear understanding of what the recommendation is. Ms. Freshman.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution denying use permit V-10898-14-UP1 for the patio, the barbecue, and the second-level deck, but approving the use permit V-10898-14-UP1 to maintain the right rear deck constructed by the previous property owner and the outdoor kitchen.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That carries unanimously. And that resolves our cases for this evening, I believe, Mr. Noxon. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I think, thank you all for attending. We appreciate your interest and participation in our meeting. I think, Mr. Noxon, our last order of business is to review the minutes of the July 16th, 2014 meeting. We have 4 of the 5 members present. I believe we can act with a quorum. Is there a motion?
I'll move approval.
Ms. Freshman moves. Is there a second? Mr. Russell seconds. The minutes have been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
I didn't vote. I'm abstaining.
I was going to say, opposed? No. Abstaining?
1.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah.
I'll move adjournment.
And the Mrs. Freshman moves to adjourn. Mr. Smith seconds. All in favor? Aye. Okay.
And it goes long. And I was confused about that first one. The one that Ms. Freshman moved on.
Oh, second.
Well, that's why I was clarifying, because it's like, we don't have a gravel. According to the testimony, it's not gravel. What are we going to do?
That's a mismatch. I mean, it should probably not say what the surface is.
Right.
Because it's driveway in the ordinance. And what is considered driveway is all of these various surfaces. And what it really is can you park a car in it? And
But my only issue was, he allegedly...
Yeah. I've got one.
that's
Any
a whole
dimensions
different issue.
described.
What I'm saying is the material doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
but
We could approve a driveway. What I'm concerned, here's what he,
But the dimensions of the driveway that you approve are material.
Drew should work with them, because I didn't like the driveway even if we were inclined to approve it, because it needed to be a turnaround for access to the garage. And he made it big enough to put 3 parking spaces in it, and he's not using his driveway. So the most it should be, this is like the guy we had on George Mason Drive.
The
He sold
U-turn,
that
the
house, by the way.
turnaround, the U-turn. He wanted a circular
He
drive,
wanted
that
this
guy?
look, and he got so mad at us.
Yep.
What I would want there, given the safety situation,
Yeah. They have to be properly engineered, especially on a hillside.
Yeah, and he didn't have the permits, and so all of that needs to be done.
That was the other thing.
I think they're gonna adopt it.
And he didn't come to us with ducks lining, and we gave him the time. We gave him the continuance to fix it, he didn't do it. He gets what he deserves.
Everything about E&S.
You know?
Yeah. Did you,
Thank you so much for coming. You take care.
Ordinance, the county board, you can't come back.
on the BZA?
Yeah.
His house is the one just out of the picture on, every time they showed the area. He went further up there, that's his. And I believe the Parkers, or Judge Parker, own that property where that
For the
townhouse
subdivisions,
development
yeah.
was
That's what
built.
that's what it looked like.
He was, one of the backgrounds, previous variances on one of the properties we had this evening, it was moved by Mr. Parker and seconded by somebody else, Mr. Getzman, in 1989. And I was probably sitting in Drew's chair for that meeting, because that's what I was doing that year. And I thought, well, that's funny, because before when they came for it, I thought, I just never.
It looks like,
Even
if it's permitted.
So he was the one that got the variance, Judge Parker. The one, and then they didn't build it correctly
The variance for this house?
for the deck. Because the deck.
No, the townhouse, for the
Oh, for the
development.
townhouse. I'm saying, 'cause
He
the
probably
deck-
subdivided, the whole thing, is what he
Because
did.
He owned the property where the townhouses was built back in the day.
I'm just saying, because the deck, the problem with the deck is they did get a variance for it, but then they didn't build it to what the specifications were.
Oh, the 89 deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the one
And,
with
I wanted you to do this. You know why that street is like it is? That street was probably gravel until very recently in history. And Public Works simply curbed and put the thing in. They don't come in and buy right-of-way. As a matter of fact, at the time that it was done, Norma was probably purchasing right-of-way for the county because that's the section she worked in. And so just like we have streets with no curb and gutter, plenty of places, this is the same thing. They would never
Including.
turn around there that somebody's using the park.
So you have them next time.
Across the street. You remember it looked like a hammerhead? See, they will approve a hammerhead design at the end of the street because you can pull in it and back in.
Well, that's kind of what it looked like, except the lady, Miss McDuffie, she said she could go through. I bet in the winter she could go through down to.
Oh, there's
like
a driveway that runs all the way down the hillside by her and into the
But it's dirt. But it's dirt.
Right, but
Or
just
gravel.
before, we don't have the pictures up anymore, but just before her house, I noticed that the curb, the county-laid curb, went into this little hammerhead. That's the turnaround, that's legal. You can meet requirements with that.
Well,
And
that
what
was
that
my point.
avoids are these cul-de-sacs that you can turn a fire truck around in that.
Well, that's the
paves
problem
out.
with the fire trucks, that they were, but that was the point that I was making, that you bought that knowing that there was a limited turnaround. And that's kind of what you're stuck with.
No, he just paved in his yard so he doesn't, because it was jumping.
Well, and he wants to have a nice deck on the back and everything. You all take care.
He was so excited.
He wouldn't have everything together.
That's what I told him. I said, I filled out most of it. All you need to do is put one in the pen, and then I did it. We gave him a suit and a flag, and he had one, and gave him up,
I'll be talking to your neighbor tomorrow. We lost our senior planner out of the front yard, so we have probably nobody with more than They will work to get to.
Oh, well, Pipestemon's like no one.
2 or 3, we've taken it 4.
But it's already there.
Yeah.
But the nice thing is that, and they'll be able to break that. The old neighbors tried to have a garden there. That's because of the angles of all their houses. He's a workshop. And I told him I was a little nervous with him going to my house. I wasn't sure about the accessory dwelling aspect of it. This is where he ends up. He said, I'm just trying to do the first design. He's a carpenter and a builder and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure the neighborhood is going to look at it. You won't even notice that this was brand new house. I don't care. I won't be here, so it doesn't matter to me.
That's the problem with those URDs. They're very specific about what you can do. Because they didn't think about it. They said, okay, everyone has garages built into the house. Who would ever think about someone getting a detached garage?
Yeah.
They didn't even address it.
So these ones we don't need, that one we don't need. Here's your water box.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's,
So how long will it take Norma to act on my little request?
we have 30 days. Hopefully it's less than that.
Hopefully.
Usually,
I want to clean my window.
the planners can get through it pretty quickly usually, if it's simple like that. But Norma, she's the one who has the final say, so they pile up and pile up.